All right, good morning. This is the March 10th Charter Schools Review Board meeting. I will take attendance. Jeremy Wall. Stephen Gay.
Present.
Linda Lynn Cacadelis. Present. Bruce Friend.
Present.
Rita Hare.
Present.
Hilda Parlay.
Present.
Todd Godby.
Here.
Eric Sanchez. Bart Danielson. Shelley Shope.
Here.
Okay, is she remote? It sounded like she was in the room. Okay. John Eldridge.
Present.
Alex Quigley.
Present.
Okay, we have a quorum. You may begin.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the March 2025 meeting of the Charter School Review Board. I want to take a moment and thank all review board members for being here today as we do the business of the review board. Also want to thank the Office of Charter School staff for putting together today's agenda and all the work that goes into preparing us to be ready for today's days like today. Why don't we please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and the salute to the NC flag. The Charter School Review Board mission statement. The Charter School Review Board works to ensure the existence of high-quality charter schools in the state of North Carolina. Ethics statement. Board members are reminded that it is our duty to avoid conflicts of interest and the appearance of conflicts of interest as we handle the work of the Review Board. Does any member of the Review Board know of any conflict of interest or any appearance of conflict with respect to matters coming before us today? If so, please state them for the record.
Mr. Chair, I'm recusing from preeminent Hilda Parlay.
Thank you, Hilda. If during the course of the meeting you become aware of an actual or apparent conflict of interest, please bring the matter to the attention of the chair. It will be your duty to abstain from participating in discussion on the matter and from voting on the matter. So we have a full agenda today. This is a reminder, we're just having a one-day meeting this month for the Charter School Review Board. Thank you, Ashley, and your team for putting the meeting together, the agenda together. Can I get an approval for today's meeting agenda?
I move that we approve today's agenda.
And Hilda Parlay seconds.
We have a motion and a second. Any questions or changes to the agenda? Okay, hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? It passes unanimously. Also to approve this morning are the minutes from our February meeting. Would anyone like to make a motion to approve the meeting minutes from February 2025?
So moved.
Thank you, Alex. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, John. Any questions or adjustments to the minutes from February? All right, hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, minutes passed. Before we get on to the order of business here today, do want to welcome new members to the Charter School Review Board. I think Mr. Wall is going to be here shortly. So we'll save the introductions for Jeremy in just a minute, but we want to welcome back to the Charter School Review Board. Well, I guess I should say welcome to the Charter School Review Board. She is here at the Charter School Advisory Board, Miss Linda Lynn Cacadelis. Linda Lynn, it's great to see you over here. I'll open the floor up if you have any comments you'd like to make.
Well, thank you very much, Bruce. It is a delight for me to be back. As you said, I was on the advisory board, but to the review board, and I'm going to be counting on all my colleagues to help me get up to speed. And thank you very much for welcoming me.
Glad to have you back. Today also marks the final meeting of a longstanding Charter School Review Board member and Charter School Advisory Board member, Mr. Alex Quigley. Alex announced that and shared that he was going to be stepping down to pursue some school-related interests and other things as well, and just certainly appreciate the time it takes to put into this work. And Alex, I kind of open up the floor to you as well if you want to make any comments, but I know speak for myself and for many others. You've been kind of a stalwart of, I think about that mission statement I just read, ensuring high quality charter schools. In the time that I've been on this board, Alex has always had that as his North Star, and appreciate all the work and thoughts. I know I've learned a lot from Alex over the years, and we're going to miss your voice, though I know you still know how to find us. But Alex, anything you'd like to add?
Thank you for the kind words. I'm sure you'll appreciate getting some time back in the meeting to not have to listen to my ongoing diatribes about policy and things like that, although I will miss that. Yeah, it's been an honor and a privilege to be on this board for so many years. I think it's almost 10 now, if you count CSAB, and I've gained a lot more than I've given from being with all of you and all of the applicants and the schools, and had the opportunity to learn from great things that people are doing. So I truly love it, and it's been a joy. I have a lot of other things happening with my own school that I'm trying to plow all I've learned into the ground to build something really amazing for our kids in Durham. And just it's time. It's just time. And also there's so many great people in our state that I think, and I've seen that over the years and seen it with the new board members that have come on and all the people we've gotten to work with. And so the state board I've shared through a variety of avenues of, I think, almost 10 names with them of people that I've sourced from talking with folks and my own network. And I've worked with the members of the EICS committee, and I know that they will be, I think, going through a process of some kind, and probably in the next couple months announce the person that they'd like to sit on the board. So, and I know there'll be somebody great that will work well with all of you. So thank you. And thank you I will just take one more moment to say, I think charter schools are in good hands, and particularly with Ashley Beccaro as our director and the team that she's put together. I can't say enough about how powerful it is to have her leadership and the hard work of her team. So,
Thank you, Alex, for all your years of service. It seems like it was a personal story. I can still remember my very first CSAB meeting, and having Alex and Linda Lynn and folks like Joe Mamoni and Helen Nance, and oh my God, these guys have forgotten more about charter schools than I'll ever know. And but so just thank you for all your service. Yeah.
And I want to add that the first time I met Alex was through a virtual trying to get me a new charter school approved, and he scared the snot out of me. So he asked really good questions. Let's just say that. So anybody that's on the other side, when I'm over here, I know how it feels.
Yeah.
But that also was the reason why I wanted to join this board too, that process. So thank you, Alex.
All right. Very good. Yeah, we'll wait. We'll introduce Mr. Wall when he's able to be with us this morning. So I think the first thing up this morning is a renewal vote. And with that, I want to turn it over to Ms. Cook. Is she online?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can, Jenna. Good morning.
All right, good morning. Jenna Cook with the Office of Charter Schools. Today we have Movement Freedom for their renewal vote as part of the 2025 cohort. Movement Freedom was originally placed at a 3-year renewal placement according to the guidelines. They do have 2 years of comparability to CMS, but they are currently identified as a continually low performing school, which is the reason for the 3-year placement. At the February review board meeting, the Office of School Business notified this board of some concerns with the school's financial analysis, including 6 audit findings. This board decided to bring Movement Freedom back to allow time to answer any questions from the review board before voting on their renewal term. Representatives from the school, along with the Office of School Business, are here to answer any of your questions. So I will turn it over to this board to ask questions and to the school to answer any of those questions.
Yeah, we can do that. Members of the board want to come forward to if you don't mind, just maybe each start with everybody introducing themselves first and what role you have with the school.
There we go. Garrett McNeil, I'm interim board chair in Tim's absence, and so I'll be here representing the board today.
Oh, leave it. Awesome. Carrie Ann T. Thomas, also known as KTT. I'm the CEO of Movement Schools.
Hi, I'm Laetitia Dowd. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for Movement Schools.
Hi, good morning. Deanna Bruce, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Movement School.
Good morning. Kenneth Warren, principal here at Movement School of Freedom.
Good morning. I'm Maxie Johnson. I am Director of Compliance for Movement Schools.
Good morning, Montel Watson, board member.
Good morning. I'm Katie Cornetto, and I'm here with Laura Crumpler. The two of us serve as legal counsel to Movement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you give you an opportunity for a statement or any information you want to share as we consider the renewal? And then I think we'll hear from the department. Is that correct, Ms. Bacaro, as well? Yep.
Yes, well, you guys have a presentation, right? Did you want to do the renewal presentation? Yes. Okay, so we'll do the renewal presentation and then we can review the financials from last month and if there are any further questions.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Again, Kenneth Warren here, principal here at Movement School of Freedom. I'm happy to be before you guys to talk about the amazing things to do here at Movement School of Freedom. So to begin, I'm thinking about our demographics. Right now, we are at a 97% minority enrollment. So right now we have about 88% of our scholars who identify as Black and Brown children, 2% who are white, and then 77% who are Hispanic. Think about our achievement. So we did comparative data to basically see where did we achieve and how did we achieve as it relates to the 2022-2023 school year, as well as this current school year that we had last school year. Beginning with our reading achievement, we increased our reading achievement by 5%. Across 3rd through 8th grade, our math achievement increased by 4% as well. In science, we increased by 10%. And then our students with disabilities, we increased that by 7% as well. So thinking about comparatively, how did we do in 2022, 2023, as well as 2023, 2024, we are proud to see what we've done, the hard work that we have intended to do for our kids, our teachers, and our families. Super proud there. Thinking about impact. So right now, we also have comparative data as well to say, okay, how are we doing as a school as it relates to our district schools and the state? As you see, for our scholars who are identified as Black students, they're at 41%. Across the state, that's at 35%. And then in our district schools, our partners there, they're at 37%. Our economically disadvantaged students, we're also above, reaching at 44%, as well as our Hispanic students, who are at 59%. So thinking about yes, we love our tested grades. We also understand the impact that our lower foundational grades have on our achievement. So thinking right now, our kindergarten scholars, as well as our first grade scholars, are up year over year. So what that means is we compare how our kindergartners and first graders doing right now at the year versus last school year as well. All right, so we have an organizational health. Here at Movement, we really believe in the functional and health and operational side of all of our employees and staff. As we see, we're at 91% teacher retention. I'm very proud of that because as we know, teacher retention does matter. It's very important. Having familiar faces in front of students definitely is important. And so we are sitting at 91% teacher retention. As well as for our org health survey, we're at about an 89% campus-wide, so that means 89% of our staff have positive experiences. They really believe in the overall functionality of their work experience, and that definitely matters. As you see to the right, we have Mr. Johnny Moultrie, who currently serves as an assistant principal here at Movement School of Freedom, and he talks about his coaching, his development, and the field of overall working here at Movement School of Freedom. So you might ask, how are we actually achieving these results? What are the things that we're doing? What are the things that we have in place that make sure that we are achieving certain things? First, we have our weekly professional development. Every single Friday, our principals at every single campus are leading professional development for all of our teachers and staff. This is very important because we understand that in order for kids to grow and thrive, teachers must be getting better. We additionally have intellectual preparation meetings that happen every single day by a coach or content lead. So what that means is Our coaches and our content leads are intellectually prepared and leading our teachers to development academically, because we understand before you get in front of a kid, you must be academically, intellectually prepared before you lead instruction. We additionally have our real-time coaching. So what that means is we go inside classrooms and we make sure that we are coaching teachers directly. Yes, we understand that is in front of scholars, but we believe that in the moment feedback is what drives the needle and is what makes things go better faster. All right, and so lastly, I will leave you with the most important thing that I'm super proud of as a principal here is this has been the first year that we have actually increased in our letter grade. So since our opening, we have been AD. This past school year, we received a C. This is actually our first time actually receiving a C. So I'm very, very proud of our school, our teachers, our leaders, our families, our staff, our students, because the work that we have really been putting in has showed as we've increased our letter grade. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenneth. And now we're going to speak to the 6 audit findings that came up in Movement Freedom.
Absolutely. And I had shared a presentation for that as well. I can work without a presentation. I sent it late over the weekend, so it's probably not.
Yeah, that would not have been submitted in time to get on our radar and our agenda this morning.
No worries, absolutely. So good morning. I'm excited to be here and presenting some of the progress that we have. I'm Leticia Dowd. I don't have a background in education. I have almost 25 years of background in banking. I'm a quantitative finance person and with a career with Credit Suisse, Bank of America, and Wells Fargo. I've spent my career on trading floor and risk management. And the last position before I joined Movement was Chief Financial Officer for Wells Fargo Markets business. So the reason why I joined is my banking career was fantastic, absolutely loved it. And then at some point, I wanted to make a change. And I wanted to make a change with something that would impact the routes that I've established. Obviously, I have a French accent. The routes that I'm establishing into the South, in North Carolina in particular, North Carolina and Georgia. And when I found myself figuring out what would be the most thing closest to my heart, it was without a shadow of a doubt education, because that's what served me, that's what served my family. I have a strong belief into public education. My children go to public schools. And so that led me to Movement. The type of background, when I come to work, I bring my entire background, right? And so I've been in an environment of, checklists, having conversation with the OCC, having conversation with the Federal Reserve, closing findings with the Federal Reserve. There is an entire recipe that we bring to that type of approach, right? So when I started working with Movement School, the first thing that I asked was, what are our processes? What are our checklists? How do we close the books? How long does it take us to close the books? And it didn't rise to the bar that I wanted to have. And so the first thing that I did was changing. So we didn't have, when I joined, I was the first Chief Financial Officer. We didn't have an in-house finance team. We were working with a finance back office partner who was wonderful for our first few schools. And then we discovered we needed probably more ammunition for the additional group. So the first thing we did was changing our finance back office partner to Charter Success Partners. I joined in March, by the way, as the CFO, and that change was done in June. The second thing that I did was, as I went through the audit process to close the prior year for when I was there, I asked for the findings. I asked for the audit papers, and there were no findings. I've never seen an audit with any type of recommendation of findings or, So the second thing that I did was change the auditors, because I wanted the absolute truth about the state of our schools. There are always things that you want to improve. And I didn't want to drive blind. And so I spoke to the auditor, hired Sharp Patel, right, who I think is probably #1 auditor in North Carolina. Last year, I think they served more than 70 schools, 25,000 students, I think equivalent. And I said, tell me everything. I want you to go look under every single rock. They would do that anyway because they have such a high level of professionalism, right? The next thing that I did was hire a controller because precisely with now the addition of checklists, I wanted somebody that helped me review every single credit card expense. Is it reasonable? Is it allowable? Does it fit what we want to spend? Same thing for any type of bank spending, right? And so I needed a very strong controller. I didn't just hire a controller. I hired somebody, of course, with a CPA, but also a JD who teaches at UNC Charlotte and in general is involved in many accounting organizations, to say the least. And then with all that, we went on, finally we got the audit results, right? So everything that we did to, the seeds that we planted started sprouting and we observed the 6 audit findings. We didn't wait for the findings, right? Again, remember, I asked for more depth analysis of what was happening. The other thing, by the way, that we did was changing, realizing that I wanted a payroll platform that was the same platform for payroll, benefits, 401k, right? Any type of retirement plan. So we also started negotiation to start to make our way out of NetCheck and NFP, right? The different platform that we have to work with an integrated platform because I wanted to be able to observe everything related to payroll, to benefits, all the way to the general ledger. So by the time the audit findings came, we were no longer in discovery mode, right? We were already in closing mode. That's the presentation. Thank you. So that's the first thing, right? It shows like Dr. Charles, who we've hired. We also hired a staff accountant. We hired Shar Patel. And if you go to the next page, what this shows is the point that I was starting to make. Next thing we realized we needed to train the schools, right? And note, and I think this is important in the context of why we're here today. None of this would happen without the charter management organization. I'm an employee of the CMO, or will be, right, when it's created. Dr. Charles is, our staff accountant is, our audit partners, and they're paid by the CMO. And so here you actually see a picture of Dr. Charles training the business operation directors of the schools. Because what we realized is, if we just come with our checklists, and it's not just checklists, right? The checklists are here because now we actually close the books in 5 days. Coming from corporate America, there are not that many businesses that close their books in 5 days. We do that here today in charter school. The way we're able to do that is by reconciling cash without any unexplained expenses daily. And so what that meant is the business operation director starting receiving emails from my team. This is your first warning. You're late. I need this receipt. This is your second warning. Now we're hoping by the third warning, which is 3 days where we're not running 2 weeks, right? After 3 days, you get a third warning. I'm copied, the superintendent is copied, right? There is an escalation path. And so, of course, we get very strong attention, right? And I can tell you right now, I'm not the favorite person in the school system. But so we train them. And that's a picture. In fact, we train them regularly. We have weekly meetings with them. This is a picture that's as fresh as Friday. I am back there on Wednesday to now train the team on, you understand how we close the book? Let me teach you. Let's go back to the budget and let me teach you how to look at every month how you're doing against your budget. Because I close daily, I'm actually able to see mid-month where we are against the budget, right? So that's a picture of what's happening here. So that was the first thing. And by the way, these are a few words from our colleagues at Charter Success Partners. Basically that, they're saying they've observed the change in the short time that they were working with us. The second shift was related to payroll log versus HR system, right? So that addresses findings number 4 and number 6. And I have my colleague Diana here also to speak to that. Perfect.
Good morning. My name is Deanna Bruce, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer. So coming to Movement, I've been here for a little over a year. I first served as Regional Superintendent of our Charleston region and recently moved into our Chief Operating Officer role. I've been in education for about 15 years. I was with IDEA Public Schools as well as KIPP, Texas for the majority of my career. And I'm just really excited to step into the COO role, given my strong expertise in operations, HR, talent, and all things related to school. So if you look here, one of the things that we saw in our findings was around overall certification of our teachers. And so immediately upon getting in the role, one thing that Leticia, my partner, just spoke about was how we just recently integrated with Insperity, which is like our HRIS platform. So we realized very soon that, yes, we need to get our teachers, we need to ensure that, for this finding specifically, it's around, I was jumping forward to another finding, but in this one, it's around making sure that our employees' pay is actually matched up and synced up with what they're getting. And so this was one of the reasons why we went ahead and went with our HRIS platform provider, Insperity, because they are a system that really allows us to work together. They have the knowledge and the expertise there to ensure that anytime we have updates in teacher contracts, whether it's stipends or anything that happens throughout the year, that we have a very strong system for ensuring that we're maintaining that. So bi-weekly, Insperity meets along with our success and our accountants and our growth partners to ensure that we have accurate records on file as it relates to offer letters. Additionally, something that we're doing is working with DocuSign. Something that happened in the past was with some of the turnover, you might experience like an offer letter not maintained in the correct and appropriate space. So we've actually moved to one platform, which is DocuSign, which is actually just sent out from one person in the organization to ensure that any updates in regards to teacher pay or teacher compensation are really kept in one single file location so that when we meet and when we work with Insperity, there's no reason for us to have a loss or an issue with accurate offer letters. The last thing that we did is we're also making sure that going forward, any stipends that teachers receive in addition to their actual salary are on separate systems. This also just allows you to have much stronger accounting. And this was also a recommendation from our controller as well as our CFO. Right. Even with glasses, I have a hard time seeing. So this is with parent permissions. I'm going to have Mr. Johnson, our Director of Compliance, come up and talk through permissions.
All right. Good morning. I'm Maxie Johnson, Director of Compliance. So as we're talking about our EC and diversity and all of this, one of so far as Director of Diverse Learning for our Charlotte region, when we're talking about our EC, we've had some findings in that area as well. And so what we are doing, we are working to make sure that all of our teachers, not just the 50% requirement, we're working towards making sure all of our teachers are certified in their areas of licensure and making sure wherever they're going to be teaching, they're going to specifically be in those areas. Specifically with our EC, we know that all of our EC teachers have to be certified in that. So we have been partnering with a few schools. We've been partnering with Central Piedmont Community College. We've also been partnering with some of the other universities as well. UNC Charlotte is one. We're looking at getting cohorts to make sure that our teachers that are already certified in our EC areas are making sure that they are in those classrooms and they're the ones who are in front of our students because those are our most needy students. They're ones that we need to make sure that we're moving along. So we need our certified teachers that are best equipped to do that. So we are checking through. We've been walking through. We've been meeting with all the teachers separately as well. We've been working with the state, with Ms. Bowie for our certification, seeing how close we are, what pathways, alternate pathways, all of those things that will put us in the best position to make sure. So we've been already moving that direction before this came out. We were able to see some of the things ahead of time. We jumped on it, and our teachers that are in front of those classrooms are certified. And we're going to continue to move to make sure that we get more of those teachers that are certified in front of our students as needed. So I wanted to be brief on that. Is there any questions for me for that? Okay.
And I'll add to what Mr. Johnson was just speaking about. So some other things that we have done as we look forward into next year, especially in regards to our EC teachers, there's been a shortage of EC teachers available. So we've actually started to offer a sign-on bonus that we're doing for the 25-26 school year to really try to attract certified EC teachers. And in addition to that, as we look overall at our certification, we also have 2 salary scales that we're going to be implementing next year. So we have a certified and an uncertified salary scale that we are using really just to, one, let people know that we want to be here with them. We want to acknowledge that there is a difference, right, between certified and uncertified. However, we need to make sure that there's also that financial difference to ensure that we're able to really push teachers to be able to get that certification. Any questions so far about what we have done?
No, you can finish your presentation,
perfect.
then we'll ask questions at that time. Yep.
Thank you.
One last aspect that I wanted to point out, and also trying to link with the next part of the presentation, which is on the charter management organization. If we can go to the prior page. Okay, we also just extended an offer to a new director of diverse learning for the Charlotte region, right? And it's also going to be a CMO position. So this goes hand in hand with one of the findings that we didn't speak about, but is already fixed, right? The fact that we needed to have parental permission on file at the time of providing the service to the scholar. Obviously, that was very, very easy fix, but going forward, we also want to make sure we have the right accountability with the right team member and the right process. So we're very excited about Kelly starting with us soon. So a centralized position through the CMO. And if I can go to the next slide. See, in the center, I don't have the picture of the HR specialist because that's yet another position that the CMO is hiring. We have a start date, hoping, we're in the process of interviewing, right? So obviously, as soon as we have the right candidates, so we're, sometime in the spring, we're going to have an HR specialist starting. So this will be the person accountable for the process that my colleague Diana was speaking of. So wanted to also highlight the importance of that centralized office into us fixing our systems.
Yeah, I want to make sure we're not conflating 2 votes. We have a vote on the renewal of this school. And you're back because there were some financial concerns. There's a separate vote around moving to a CMO. And what I'm hearing is some of the concerns that have been raised with this school sounds like will be remedied if the second vote we have to make is put into play. But I think we need to just want to be careful here that we're not, this is a separate vote on the renewal of this school. Okay.
Absolutely. And these things, thank you for that clarification, Bruce. So these things and the shifts that we're doing is not going to be if the CMO gets approved or not. The shifts that are happening at Freedom Elementary will occur because that's just what needs to happen. Those were the findings that came up. So just to go back a little bit as it relates to the financial aspect of things, we're bringing things in-house to just have a stronger oversight process. We worked with external institutions such as Prestige or Acadia that dealt with our back office finance houses because of Freedom Elementary at that time was one of our only schools, and using an external financial team was what was best at that time. However, it does create some compliance and oversight issues. And now that we have that finance being brought in-house, you're seeing more oversight, which was what Leticia talked about earlier with directly training the business operations director at Freedom Elementary. So they're getting direct training. So that training is happening now at Freedom. The other thing regarding EC was around the parent signature. So the great thing about the audit wasn't that the student wasn't getting their services, which is wonderful, right? They were getting their services, but we had to make sure that we were getting the permission. We got that permission. We got it signed. We went back and had that parent that we missed the signature actually signed. So that was solved for Freedom Elementary. But the future in terms of Freedom and all schools is that we now have a director of EC provider at Movement Schools, in which they will be working directly with Freedom and the other Charlotte campuses. And then in terms of the other finding regarding offer letters and in terms of why things were different. So at Movement, we were trying to compete with CMS as it relates to having a competitive salary. However, CMS will publish their salaries like around December time. And because of that, we will then have to go back and then look through our salary scales. And because we're trying to be competitive and trying to match that, we will then go back and like change folks' salaries. So that was where you saw some salary differences because we were trying to remain competitive, and because it was published mid-year, we were doing it mid-year. Insperity, that platform that we're now moving to, allows us to, one, we can do that, but we will do that in a system that allows for the tracking of that to be a lot stronger. So these are the things that are happening at Freedom, separate from CMO or non-CMO approval. So thank you, Bruce, for that clarification.
Before I open up, ask DPI staff to come forward, any questions for the board at this time? Okay.
I have some, but not until after we hear from DPI.
Bruce,
Yes, Rita, go ahead.
Bruce, this is Rita. I have a quick question. When the finance, I think she's the CFO, was presenting, she showed for year ending for Freedom School and their financials of 1.5 million. Does she recall that? Can someone recall that? Is that accurate?
That was on the earlier slide, right there.
I didn't have a good view of who was speaking and
Oh, hi, it's Leticia Dowd. Yeah, I'm there.
okay. Freedom or Movement also submitted a larger budget, including 4 entities. I'm assuming they're 4 schools. Yeah, they are. And it showed a year ending of 536,000 for the year 2024. So I'm just wondering if you know where the discrepancy is. I assume it's some kind of cutoff date or something.
Versus the budget that's presented on the slide right now?
Right. What you presented on the slide doesn't agree with what was presented in a larger budget that included Freedom and showed Freedom's net income for 2024 at 536,310.
Got it. I think that the budget that you're referring to is probably the one that's currently approved by the board.
So it's a proposed budget.
Right.
Okay. And what you have was actual for year ending 2024?
I actually would have to follow up with you on that one.
It's okay. Okay.
I'm assuming Rita, the slide here, and maybe we can get confirmation from DPI staff, is more up-to-date figures based upon the fiscal 24 audit, because when Movement Freedom was before us, well, one of the reasons we didn't vote on them last month or the month before was there was actually no audit report. And so I think
right,
the numbers on the screen, I'm assuming, is based upon that financial audit of 24 that we've not seen before.
Okay.
Right. And I think this larger budget will come into play when we discuss the CMO.
Right. Yeah. The
And
budget
it's a
that you have is,
proposed.
might be, exactly a 24-25 versus the one that just closed.
So the renewal, is it still a K-8 school, and was it not going to scale back?
It is a K-5 school. Currently, it is K-8, but we are still planning to scale back, but it is currently still serving K-8.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
So I'm going to ask DPI staff to come forward, and maybe you can kind of share with us some of your findings on the findings.
Update on the response to the findings.
Yeah.
Those are our slides from just your fund balance from the audit report. Hi, Jennifer Bennett, Senior Director, School Business. Apologies, I totally forgot about the meeting, so I'm just wearing my Monday Duke stuff.
I'm sure that's just convenient.
Yeah, exactly. No method to that madness. Anyway, we did receive their findings. I do applaud them for making some very proactive measures. I was happy to hear that. That they brought in Leticia. They obviously did get a new audit firm. We did hear from the auditor that I'm glad that you saw the anomaly on having a perfect audit was not realistic, because the auditor has confirmed that these are findings that were present from what they could tell from the prior year's information. However, they do appear to be taking aggressive progress in correcting the findings. I can just say that before I would say that these have been rectified. My staff will be planning a visit just to make sure that we have things in place and we see the progress. I do have a response from the EC department related to the EC findings, related to that staff, that the response right now would be considered insufficient. They need to work with DPI's Department of EC to make sure that it has been fully remedied, to validate the teachers have been certified and that their proposed actions are in fact in practice. So that office will be reaching out to the school to ensure that those things have been put in place. I was making copious notes. Again, I think it's very good that they changed their accounting firm based on the findings of not being able to validate expenditures. I do know Sharp Patel is doing several of our, many of our charter schools. They are very respected. I would say that we have to get with the school about their new integrated platforms. They all have to pass a UARS, Uniform Education Reporting System, benchmarking and guidelines. Those are not softwares right now that are necessarily directly approved. However, we have to ensure that they can produce the consolidated payroll and general ledger information to us. So we'll be working with them this spring to review these new systems and make sure they can be benchmarked. And again, I do think they appear to be making some good strides. I like the reconciling the bank statement, which that we have many problems with people not wanting to reconcile cash. So reconciling cash is king. So I do applaud them for putting these steps in place. I just wanted to say that we will be conducting our own follow-up to ensure some of these things are a reality and actually have been followed through before I can release them from the audit finding or the compliance. And I can answer any other questions.
Yeah, thank you for that report. Any questions for Ms. Bennett? Can you go back to this slide that had the other concerns? Not that one. No. There it is. Okay.
So I was looking at the recommendations that came from the charter school office staff. And one of them was minutes, board minutes. So I did have a couple questions. Is there just one board for all the movement schools?
Yes, there's one board for all movement schools in North Carolina.
How many times a year do you guys meet?
We meet between 8 and 10 times a year.
How many?
Between 8 and 10 times.
Okay, because just feedback. Looking at the last few years, like there are months that there are no minutes, and I don't know if that's because you didn't meet and a meeting got canceled or whatever. And then the last meeting that you guys have on the website now is November 19th.
Okay.
Yeah, it's definitely, the last meeting was not November 19th, so we have to make sure that we update our system with that for sure. But I'm jotting that down.
Are you holding those board meetings like the same night for all schools, but then sort of opening and closing for each school that night, or are they held at different times throughout the
The same time every single month. So I think it's the third Tuesday every single month.
I will say that I do like the fact that on your website you do have where there's an open. I can join the meeting just by clicking on, and people want to search around for it. So I can tell that you're trying to be transparent with your meetings. I just want to make sure you know your minutes aren't
updated.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, John.
So in your estimation, as you look at the screen, there were the audit findings. Are there any of these that have not been fully addressed at this time? Yeah.
No, they've all been addressed or in process of being addressed, like we talked about with some of the new systems that we put in place operationally to address those challenges. But yes, all of them have been addressed.
And then a question, I guess, for Jenna or the office. This was a school that, as we look at the renewal guidelines, fit into that 3-year category. Is that largely because of the continuing low performance status, as well as some of the questions, concerns around compliance. Is that a fair
Yeah.
statement?
Yes, that's accurate.
But it looks like from a comparability against your LEA, you're actually, in some of the subgroups, you're actually outperforming them in some of the subgroups. Yeah. Questions?
I'd like to ask about teacher licensure and certification. You mentioned a 91% retention rate, which is incredible. You should be applauded with that. Have you seen or do you anticipate any changes now that you're holding stricter guidelines for teacher licensure? Also wanted to applaud you for having a $1,500 education benefit for teachers who are going back for, I assume, a residency license. But are you sensing any pushback from staff about having that additional requirement?
So we haven't received any pushback. I think our staff definitely understands the importance. What they have shared, of course, are the barriers that are in place, whether it's a program or financial. So we're trying to support in different ways, but our staff understands. I gave an example. I said, would you fly on a plane with a pilot that didn't have their license, right? Would you go to a doctor that wasn't certified? Like, so they definitely understand the importance of it, but we just have to work to figure out, like, how do we help support them with getting it? The only thing I want to add to that is something else that we noticed within that finding is that for a portion, not all, but a portion of those teachers, some of them had inactive certifications. So they were actively certified upon the point of hire. But again, this goes back to having a platform where we can now maintain it. We can pull those logs. We can have quarterly, every trimester updates where we review. Especially now that we have an HR generalist that's going to be hired, whose role can specifically be to make sure that we have a log of how long people's contracts are active, so that if they get to a point where they're about to lose that certification, we can catch it before it happens.
The green light's on down here, but not up top.
You're on that top.
Oh, am I? Okay. Okay. So the finding says that less than 50%, that your minimum 50% of certified teachers was not met. What is the actual percentage of certified teachers in the school?
So, go ahead.
So right now, specifically at Movement, we're sitting at 40% right now. So we're extremely close with that. Go ahead.
Strategically, like with the example of, some teachers who, may have expired license or whatever that looks like. What's your game plan? Not your strategic plan, but your game plan for how many of those teachers can move from here to here and how quickly?
So that's a great question. We have been actually I've been meeting with teachers, leading in that role and stuff, and trying to, we've been working with Ms. Bowie as well from the state, so that what we're doing is a lot of our teachers aren't affiliated with Movement through the state. And so we've been working closely with her on that. And then also just seeing how many of our teachers are eligible for alternative pathways. There are a couple that are emergency certified that we're in that process as we speak now. So that'll help with those numbers that we're talking, maybe 1 or 2 teachers that'll get us to that, 50% in that specific school. So those are some of the things that we're doing right now that we're moving to. And then those that already have a bachelor's or a degree that is in something else, or their education degree has lapsed. We're working on how do we get those back up and running in good standing with the state. So we have a few of those teachers that we're working closely with right now to meet that 50%.
Okay.
Are the teachers who absolutely have to be certified, like EC guidance, are they certified?
Correct. Yes.
As a follow-up, to be clear, the finding was that teachers for children with disabilities not licensed. Are you saying that was not the case, or that it has been corrected?
So that has been corrected. You're looking at, when you guys are looking at that, we're looking at last year's information. And so with that now, we do have, at this particular school, we do have what we need there as far as a percentage, and making sure that all those EC teachers are certified.
So to be clear, all of your EC teachers at this school are certified?
the EC teachers at Movement this year are certified. If they have a classroom, they're in front of those kids. Those are the ones that are certified.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve motion for a 3-year renewal. And I want to make some comment well, I'll wait till comment.
All right, we have a motion to approve Movement Freedom for a 3-year renewal. Can I get a second?
Gilda Perley seconds.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Most of what I've heard this morning, especially it's helpful to hear, and I'll be excited to hear what the DPI business office has to say about the work that's being done to finance. But it seems to me like there was concerns that were brought up. The school did a lot to try and get some support in place to improve that. My hope is that the next time they come back, we're looking at a 5 or 7, if not a 10-year renewal. And I also want to say that, one more C or B, and you're not continually low performing anymore, and we won't have to worry about this kind of thing. So the financial stuff sounds like it's being addressed. The academics are moving in the right direction. I hope that that's what continues to happen, and that's why I feel comfortable with making the motion I did.
Thank you, Dr. Eldridge. Any other discussion, comments?
Yeah, this is Eric Sanchez. Can you hear me?
Yes, Eric, go ahead.
I'm sorry for not being there in person, and I've had some technical issues, so I've missed some of the conversation. Dr. Eldridge, can you help me understand why the 5 is not on the table, or why you didn't think to go that route?
So I think just looking at the fact that they're putting the systems in place now, and that there's been significant enough issues with the finances, that I think where they are right now warrants that. If everything gets put in the right place and is rectified, then obviously next time they come back, and hopefully we're not looking at anything more. Or I'm sorry, we're looking at not having to worry about a 3-year renewal anymore.
Yeah, we
Does that help?
Yeah, that does. And I seem to agree that these things have to be rectified before anything could go further. We've had a few instances this round of renewals where the conversation has been like, maybe in a few months this would have been cleared, or these results would have came in, or this, that would have changed some of our thought process with the length of the renewal. I don't know if, obviously we're not gonna be able to put it in this year, but I do wonder in the next couple meetings if that's something we can discuss, of having some type of contingent renewal conversations with future schools. I don't know if that's something that legal could look into, or something that we could bring up later, but I just want to kind of throw that out there.
And I concur, but I think, and just in my take on that is that in some of those situations, the information that came in wasn't just last month, it was 2 years ago, so some of those things, are the timelines were really way off. Now in this situation, I look at this movement in itself, we've had them in front of us quite a bit, and it sounds to me like they're a growing entity that's trying to figure things out and get the right systems in place. And so that's why I feel like this particular situation warrants a 3-year until they have proven that they've got those systems in place, so that we're never in this situation again. And I think that's the ultimate goal of the renewal process.
I completely agree. I think movement early on was talking about the CMO and talking about growing that kind of department, and they kind of grew and then added, rather than added and then grew. And I think they got the right people. I've spoken to the CFO offline. I know KTT. I think they got the right people. I think the ship will get rectified. But you're right. You can't go further than 3 years until it is. So I appreciate it. I'll support the motion.
This is Rita Hare. Can you hear me?
Yes, Rita, go ahead.
Okay. This school is a K-8, but they made a decision, I guess, earlier this year that they would be eliminating the middle school, or maybe scaling back. And so I wonder, when they return in 3 years, what do we anticipate their structure being? Are they discontinuing one grade level each year, or how are they planning to back off into that to return to K-5?
Yes, we have, thank you, Rita. We have already started that work. So right now we're K-8. We do not have a sixth grade. So we are 7 and 8, right? K-5 and 7 and 8. And then next year we will just have 8. And then the following year we would just be K-5 and we move forward with that being our model.
Okay, so when they return with a 3-year renewal, there will be a K-5 school.
Correct. By that.
Okay.
And I know we've already made a motion, but I do need just, it'll help my spirit on know this. So I know one of the other recommendations was creating a articulation plan with some other charter schools that do have success. Have you guys been able to do that, or is that something you're working on, or?
Yes, so we have a partnership with Sugar Creek. So our goal is to, yes.
Awesome, great, thanks.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to give grant a 3-year renewal to Movement Freedom. Is there any other discussion? All right, hearing none, Ashley, let's do a roll call vote. And again, the motion on the table is to grant a 3-year renewal.
Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parley,
Approves.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Bart Danielson,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
John Eldridge,
Aye.
Alex Quigley.
Aye.
All right, it passes unanimously, and Jenna will be in touch with your new charter agreement to get that facilitated.
Thank you all so much.
And
Thank you.
well,
Congratulations.
do you want to have Julie introduce the CMO request, or, because that's the next item, so I don't know if you want them to just stay up there.
Let's have your staff come
Okay.
up, and then so we'll see you in a few minutes, seconds. Yep.
All right. Good morning, Julie Wetzel with the Office of Charter Schools. We have 4 amendment requests this morning. Our first amendment request is from Movement Schools North Carolina. They're requesting to enter into an agreement with us, a charter management organization, a CMO. They currently are operating 4 public charter schools. We provided a chart in the executive summary of the 4 currently operating charter schools. The Board of Directors of Movement Schools North Carolina is requesting approval to enter into a charter management organization CMO agreement with Movement Schools, Inc. The Board of Directors is committed to strengthening the academic and operational success of their schools while maintaining the highest standards of financial stewardship and guidance. They provided some information as to their background and rationale for a request as communicated by Movement Schools in North Carolina. The Movement School model has been intact for 7 years. They've had academic growth, financial stability, and strong community engagement. They believe the partnership represents a strategic investment in the future of Movement Schools North Carolina. They want to leverage the operational efficiencies and academic expertise of Movement Schools Incorporated, and they believe they are positioning their schools to expand the impact, close opportunity gaps, and deliver high-quality education to their students. So they believe by partnering with an experienced and mission-aligned CMO, they can further enhance instruction quality, streamline admin functions, and ensure long-term sustainability. They do have a contractual agreement, proposed contractual agreement. The services provided would be curriculum development, leadership training, student recruitment, financial management, and regulatory compliance. And as far as their fee structure, the financial framework includes a fee cap of 15% of their charter revenues. And they'll have access to supplemental funding sources, which they believe will help uphold financial fiscal responsibility. And then there's budget documentation included in all the documents on eBoard. Tim Hurley was the board chair for Movement Schools North Carolina, so he has resigned from the board. And then we've also included a chart of all the currently operating Movement schools. Additionally, they did over the past year have 4 schools that were going to open in 2026, and they've withdrawn all of those schools. So there's no Movement schools in the RTO process. So 4 operating schools in North Carolina. And they are here to answer any questions you have regarding the establishment with the agreement with the CMO.
Thank you for that update. If members of the board want to come forward, and again, if you just, for the record, state name and role.
Absolutely. Carrie Ann T. Thomas, I'm the CEO of Movement Schools.
Garrett McNeil, interim board chair for Movement Schools.
I am Leticia Dowd, Chief Financial Officer for Movement Schools.
Wonderful. So I'll start off. So as most of you know me, KTT, I've been with Movement for 5 years, joined in 2020. Prior to Movement, I was at a high performing CMO, Achievement First, which is a CMO, a charter management organization operating out of New York, Rhode Island, and Connecticut. While there for over a decade, I served as a teacher, a Saturday Academy director, assistant principal, superintendent, did every single role in every single seat at that organization. What many CMOs are learning from an organization like Achievement First is the fact that to grow and to scale, you want to really think through your processes and the systems that you are putting in place to be able to do so effectively. When I joined Movement in 2020, of course, this was during a time in which all education looked completely different. We were all virtual and experiencing that. But what I would say is that that wasn't even my biggest challenge when I joined Movement in 2020. When I joined, there was one operating school, Freedom Elementary. And Eastland was slated to open up. So Eastland had already identified their school year, had already identified their practices, what they were going to do. And we just had 2 months to open up before we opened up Eastland. So it was one operator school, but a school that was already designed to open. I quickly realized that these schools were operating very differently. Both schools had different missions. Both schools had different purposes. Both schools had different curriculums. Literally, the math program at Freedom was different from the math program at Eastland. Both schools had different schedules. One campus had students come to school at a certain time versus a different campus. Both schools had different school calendars. One school had weekly PD in which they had students leave a half day on Wednesdays, and they would have professional development with their staff members, while the other school did not have that. And they had professional development a couple of times a year after school. These are just examples of like how different the schools were operating. And granted, that can work, that is fine. But when you think about the larger brand Movement Schools, think about what that will look like for the staff member that works at Movement. Their experience will be wildly different based on those two schools. Think about the student, think about the families. Their experience will be very different based on those two schools. And we did operate that way because these things were already placed and put into motion. However, there was a huge shift with how we started to operate as an organization. We said, nope, we are going to have one mission. We exist to love and value our scholars by leading a movement of excellence in education. In partnership with our families, we equip our scholars with the tools to close generational gaps through self-efficacy, access to world-class instruction, and financial education. One mission across the entire board. We said we are going to have one curriculum that we are using across the board. We are all using the same math program. We are all using the same technology program. We said that we are going to have the same schedule. We're going to have the same school calendar. We're going to ensure that if a parent signs up to send their scholar to a Movement school, that regardless if it's on the east side or on the west side, they know what they are going to get and they know what they are going to receive. We appreciate coming to the state board here in North Carolina because you all known us for a long time. You've been with us from the beginning. And you say yes time after time because you know what you are getting. And that's what we want our scholars and our students to be able to say. We want them to be able to say yes because they know exactly what it is that they are getting. So now, I'm going to talk about like why CMO, like why even move into that structure. But I had to start with that experience piece. I had to start with our kids. I had to start with our staff. I had to start with our families because we can't lose sight of why that is also helpful. While there are CMOs that don't necessarily all do the same thing and are aligned across the board, we've seen the effectiveness when you do it that way. Again, I mentioned my background, my experience coming from Achievement First. There are lots of CMOs now that are trying to shift their current CMO practice to have a stronger alignment across their schools because they're noticing that the quality of the instruction is different based off where they attend. And what AF has been able to do is that regardless of what state you are in, you are still guaranteed a certain quality and product. As you all know, we have Movement schools in South Carolina and about to open up in Atlanta, Georgia. And we want to ensure that our quality is the same regardless of what region or what state that you are in. So that's the first piece. We know that Charter management organizations are nonprofit entities that manage more than one charter schools. We know that they're designed to help charter schools overcome challenges of school startup and uneven school quality in order to dramatically speed the expansion of high-performing charter schools. And we know that they are intended to create efficient systems across their campuses. So we know that these things are true, and largely CMOs try to go after these four things. One, access to resources, including human capital. Two, the ability to provide development across their educational program. Three, embed efficiencies across the administrations, that's via operations, finance, et cetera. And then four, be able to scale economically effectively. So we know that these are the reasons, again, why CMOs often come together, but I did, again, have to start with that experience piece. When we are functioning in that spirit of being a CMO, but we're not technically a CMO. There's lots of things that we put into place and lots of changes that we put into place to try to streamline our practices. So for example, as I mentioned earlier, we're all on the same schedule, we're all at the same curriculum, things of that nature. But how does that impact us financially? Well, when one school purchases a curriculum, let's say you have 200 students, that curriculum provider is charging you based on those 200 students. If another school has 500 students, that curriculum is giving them an invoice based on those 500 students. However, if you say collectively, let's take all of the students in the entire organization and purchase the curriculum, you end up getting a bulk order on that curriculum, which creates savings across the organization. That is also the case for professional development. If we're saying that schools need to be trained on the curriculum that they are going to provide, that curriculum provider will come and say, hey, my fee is $6,000. Whether or not you have 20 people in front of me or 200 people in front of me, my fee is $6,000 to train your staff members on this curriculum. Well, we have the ability to pull all of our schools together in one location, and then that's just one fee. So again, the savings that the schools end up being able to benefit from, whether you are a new school versus a largely fully grown school. A lot of times when people think about the CMO, they say, well, this is really beneficial for the startup schools. We know that they don't have a lot of students, but yet they're still expected to do the same things. So this is beneficial for them because a CMO could fill in that gap financially. Well, it's beneficial for any school, whether it's a fully grown school or a new school, based on the example that I just provided. There are other things that a CMO allows us to do, which is as it relates to scaling efficiently. Again, bringing certain systems in-house. When we had two schools, it made sense that we had a financial external partner because they did not have the ability and the financial capability to be able to bring in a financial team in-house. Well, now that we have as many schools as we do have, and we are serving across regions, we now do have that ability to bring our finance team in-house. And as you can see, based off our last time with you 5 minutes ago, those audits and findings came up, and we talked about how we are growing the CMO and how we are bringing things in-house to be able to deal with the economic scalability. Welcome. So we are very excited that we have the ability, because we have the amount of schools that we do have, to be able to build out this central office. Now, I also want to stand before you and say that we are an organization that wants to keep this team very lean. We want to keep our central office lean. We don't want to be an organization in which a team has a team. We don't want to be an organization in which we have more people telling the people that's actually doing the work to do the work. We do not want to be that. We're saying that if you're joining here, you're ready to roll your sleeves up and do this thing. When I joined as the CEO. However, I was creating the testing policy, and I was creating the hiring protocol, and I was literally very, very hands-on, and we still have that hands-on nature. It is a part of our fabric. And we want to say, yes, we're going to be a hands-on organization, but it still has to be sustainable. That is not sustainable for one person to create all of these things. Leticia is realizing that, being our first CFO, she is like, whoa, there's a lot that we need to do in being able to bring finances in-house. And yes, that is accurate. And she's doing that work. And she has a team of 2 individuals. And we're saying we're trying to be as lean as possible because we want to keep as many funds in the schools as possible. So I wanted to start there. And of course, Gary and Leticia can add on. But I did want to share the importance of why we want to move towards this model. One last note, though, I want to add to the operational piece. As we are growing, and you're noticing we remove some of the schools, we'll put a pause on our growth. And it's so that we can actually build out some of these central office systems. We weren't large enough before to do that. We're now at a size in which we can take a moment to pause and build out our central office. And then our goal is to press that start button again so that we're growing, but yes, not just growing for growing's sake, but growing effectively.
I want to pause and start asking some questions, if I may. Okay. So just to be clear for everyone listening, this is a request for all the movement schools
Yes,
to contract with
the CMO.
the CMO.
Correct.
Okay. And the three of you are employees of the CMO.
No, I'm a representative for Movement Schools on the board. I am not.
You're one of the board members of all four schools.
That's
or
correct.
All four schools.
Yes.
Okay. So I'd like to hear from you. Why is this smart for your board?
Absolutely. So first of all, again, like KTT said, thank you guys so much. Old German proverb, beginnings are always hard. And so we just thank you guys for your patience with Movement over the years as we've continued to grow and the number of schools that we've continued to have. And so as we continue to grow, we've been very, very blessed, as you guys have been able to see from a board's perspective, with the talent that we've been able to recruit, with the talent that has been able to come through the doors at Movement. You look at KTT, you look at our principals, you look at Leticia. We know that is a huge, huge blessing for us. And so what we are looking to do is create successful schools that win. We know that our families and the students that we serve deserve the very, very best. And that as a board is what we are committed to day in and day out. And what that looks like for us is making sure that we put the best players on the field every single time. That's what we are committed to, and that's what we can do as a board. I wish I was a good teacher. I wish I was a good principal. I wish I was a good CFO. I am none of the above. I can build a school, but that is kind of my role on the board at Movement. And so when we look at this and we look at what's happening at Movement Schools, we had the opportunity last year, 2 years ago, to be a partner with Charter School Growth Fund, which was a highly competitive process for us. And so as we started talking to them, and they've looked at growing charter networks across the country, they started showing us things that work, things that didn't work, and things to consider. And one of their big things for us to consider was to really think through the CMO and CMO structure and what does that look like to create efficiencies. And so, as you mentioned, are you on the board? Yes. Are you on the board for all schools? Yes. And so when you're on the board for these four schools, you're always looking to try to create efficiencies. And again, like I said, put the best players on the field. And so what we feel like as a board is that this isn't some CMO that we don't know. This isn't us trying to get additional funding. This isn't any other play other than saying, we feel like this organization, Movement Schools, Inc., can provide the best quality for our students. And so you saw through the audit findings, we need more oversight financially, right? We need to understand what's happening, and the board is doing its best to engage in that. And then we also think that to have another layer on top of that with the CMO is huge. We think that from marketing and recruitment perspective, you look at, I think when I went through the process originally with Freedom, it was 70% of schools are failing, charter schools are failing in North Carolina because of finances in some form or fashion. And so when we start looking at that, we want to make sure that we are getting the best in terms of marketing, in terms of recruitment, in terms of being able to get the students to come through our doors. We want to make sure that we're getting the best teachers out there. And so we feel like as a board, we've talked about this at length multiple times. We feel like as a board that going the CMO route, going with Movement Schools, Inc. in particular, is going to put us in the best position to create a successful outcome for our students and their families.
Thank you for that. And would I be correct in assuming the following? The reason this is a CMO is because Movement is set up as a nonprofit, as opposed to, because you're doing, as I look at the contract, you're doing a lot of the work that an EMO would be doing as well. But the delineation is the Movement is set up as a nonprofit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Who wrote the contract?
Hi, I'm Katie Cornetto, and I work as legal counsel to Movement. And we worked with the Georgia company to make sure that it was rightly addressing North Carolina provisions.
So you represent Movement, the schools.
Yes.
Right. And so this Georgia firm wrote this contract.
They originally gave us what they thought it should say, and then we modified it and adapted it to North Carolina law.
Okay. So one of the reasons I said is I think there's been a lot of questions about contracts with the MOs or whatever. And I think one of the things for us to do fiduciarily moving forward is has the board hired an attorney to review the contract to make sure that it's in the best interest of the school? And that, I'm assuming, is yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And then at the very end of that, just so you guys know, and it may just be because this is when you submit at the time, but Tim's name is still on there to sign on in February.
I recognize that, and it will be changed.
Okay.
And we were at the board meeting virtually on late February when the board approved this to put before you all. So if you all approve it, then it's part of the business operations of Movement.
Okay. Thank you.
On the financials, the agreement talks about it's a cap of 15%. Is that what it's going to be? Or how are you determining from a board's perspective what Movement the CMO is being paid?
Yeah, absolutely. So when we put these budgets together, the idea is always to have the school with a benefit, right? With a profit. And so as we roll out, the reason why we wanted the term cap is because if we were launching a school, the school wouldn't be able to afford a CMO fee the first year, right? So for example, and I know it's not relevant in this in here, but you know, the South Carolina wouldn't pay a CMO fee because it was their first year. Same thing for Georgia. So as we open more schools, if we're back opening more schools in North Carolina, that first year wouldn't be there. And as I model what the school can afford, the CMO fee would change. And I do have that cap at 15%. But, you know, something that actually I love about Movement School is our realization that it takes a lot to catch up the students when they come, meaning we really want them to be thriving. So when we open our schools, we don't open K-5, right? We progressively roll the grades. Yet the fixed costs are the same, right? We still need to pay rent. We still have, you know, the supervision structure of the school. So there's a certain amount of fixed cost. I view the CMO not as a fixed cost, but as variable. I mean, obviously it's variable because it's in terms of percentage of revenue, right? But in addition to that, yeah, as we progressively roll out the additional grades, then the CMO fee would start increasing.
Thank you. Other questions from CSRB members?
I didn't hear anything about facilities. So for schools opening in the future, will the CMO provide those facilities?
Yes.
And how would that work?
Yes. So that is what we're currently doing, and we will continue to do so. And we will also continue to provide the startup funds for that brand new campus.
You may have said this already. Who are the actual employees of the CMO?
So there's myself, Leticia, so CEO, CFO, COO, the compliance director. So for example, Maxie came up here. He was speaking on compliance for North Carolina. He's currently on the CMO. The HR person will be on the CMO. Our recruitment team, so even the recruiters that are recruiting for all of the campuses, so that's underneath marketing, are part of the CMO. And our legal team, that's on the CMO. And superintendents are also on the CMO.
And that's all folded into the 15% management fee, right?
Yes.
How many students will you serve in, let's say, 3 years from now in North Carolina?
You have the,
or what's now and guesstimate?
so right now we serve about 2,000, but in terms of like the estimate in the future,
hard to say. But
it is hard to say because yeah, we have multiple regions and then we pause on the growth. So
that's fine.
Yeah.
And then I know you're doing some work in other states, so it's one CMO, I assume, for the other states as well. So you're able to generate revenue from those schools? Are you moving to that model in other states?
Yes, the goal is there's one CMO across of all of the regions. So right now, there's only one school in South Carolina. There's only one school that will open up in Georgia.
Great. Do you know, and this may be in the financials, I was trying to figure it out. I mean, obviously the CMO has shown, or movement school has shown a loss because of the investment in the state, if I'm reading it right. Do you have a sense of how much the movement schools and the foundation has invested through the facility projects in the state since the beginning, or
Do you have the number?
again, just general numbers?
Yeah, I'm gonna throw some number in there. So let's see, the Eastland School took about 22 million to build, Freedom about 20. I would say, let's call it about 18 million or 20 million for round number.
Yeah.
So 4 schools, about 80, right? In addition to that, there's a $500,000 grant that is established for each school. So yeah, we're in the, 20 million plus.
So is that, is that given in the form of loans or just grants that the school will pay back in the building system?
Yeah, so the buildings are there. There is a lease structure, which I think the lease has been reviewed by this board.
Yeah.
But definitely under market lease, right?
Yeah.
For what's there. If we did a comparison, right? So building a 15 million building, college you finance, with some sort of bond market tax muni muni.
Yeah, we're
exempt.
familiar how much it would cost
So
most of the people on
maybe
board.
about 900K, so we're not
Yeah.
right there.
So, and so you're getting below market lease and they're fronting the cost because there's no bond process for these schools to go through?
Currently, yes, we're in the.
Just like coming from movement schools.
Right.
Great. And I had another question. I mean, I think I'm just asking these questions because I just want to say, like, very excited to have a CMO that is homegrown, essentially, has come out of North Carolina and is also modeled after some of the, CMOs that I've had a lot of time spent working with across the country. And, they've already invested a lot. And I think this is very different than CMOs that come. And while they invest a lot on the front end, it's not compared to this amount, and they're not local. So very excited to see. I think this is going to be good for schools, and KTT's leadership has, you're already seeing some bump in scores since she's been in place, and in the team she's put together. I know a number of these people, and they're top notch.
Just an internal question. I want to make sure, because we've been asked this question before as well. As legal, have you had a chance to review this agreement? And
Yeah.
thoughts on that?
I have, and no legal issues at all. I will say it's one of the most well-written agreements. One of the things that I look for in these is clarity. Do you clearly delineate which party's doing what thing under the contract? And that's definitely there in this one. So no legal issues at all. Checks all the boxes as far as North Carolina law.
Thank you for that. Any other questions or comments, or would anyone like to make a motion?
I'm going to go ahead and make a motion that.
I have a question first, please.
Yeah.
Thanks so much. This is Rita Hare. Just for KTT, I guess, could be the start if with 4 schools in North Carolina, 1 in South Carolina, 1 in Georgia. Why is Movement Schools Inc. a Georgia nonprofit rather than a North Carolina nonprofit? Was there something driving that?
No, not necessarily. The laws and the structures are just different. So we had to actually have our CMO agreement for our approval for the Georgia school. So we had to have it earlier than we probably would have gotten it done. So we just got it done in Georgia as we were going through that approval process.
Okay, and then your approved, but I guess it's your proposed budgets. a large budget I referred to earlier that includes the 4 schools, Northwest, Southwest, Eastland, and Freedom. There's an HR fee. It says SIS. Who receives the HR fee?
Yeah, I can speak for that. Insperity, which is the platform that we discussed earlier, which is a key element of streamlining, but also reinforcing the controls that are necessary to ensure proper payroll and then proper records to the general ledger.
So you're saying there's an HR vendor who receives that fee?
Correct, Insperity.
It's right. Okay. And it's not part of the CMO.
No.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that the one that the business office was talking about has to be reviewed first before it'll actually be approved? So what's the contingency if it's not?
I'll have to find another one.
I will add the agreement. The agreement does not mention the HR fee. So it seems like it should be written in your agreement, your CMO agreement with your school. It's not there and I read it. Maybe I overlooked it, but I don't think it's there.
I would like to address that if that's possible. The annual budget that's approved contains HR fees, and they cannot go outside of the annual budget. So I think it's part and parcel. If that's something you all want us to spell out, we certainly can.
Is it necessary legal?
I don't think it's necessary. I mean, if it's not part of the fee and it's not part of the service, it sounds like it's and correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like it's a service that the school is using, that the board has chosen to use to help manage HR and to help streamline processes, and that necessarily is not, it's not something that the CMO is hiring and then you're passing the money through the CMO, right?
Correct.
Right. Then I don't think that it would have to be in there, since it's something, basically the way the agreement's written is the CMO does the things they're supposed to and everything else is left up to the school. And this would be one of the things left up to the school.
Yeah, correct.
Thank you.
Okay, then at this time, I'd like to go ahead and make the motion that we approve Movement School's request to hire this CMO.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion amongst CSRB members? Okay, hearing done. Ashley, let's do a roll call vote. Again, the motion is to approve the request for Movement Schools to contract with Movement Inc. as their CMO.
All right, Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approves.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Bart Danielson,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
John Eldridge,
Aye.
Alex Quigley.
Aye.
It passes unanimously. So the materials that you have submitted to our office now become incorporated into your charter, and we will send you official approval.
Thank you all so much.
We're going to take a 10-minute break. I know we're already behind, but we're going to give folks here a chance to stretch their legs a little bit. So when we come back at 10:40, we'll start with the amendment request for Socrates, Worry, and Willow Oak. 10-minute recess. Okay, thank you. And we're gonna reconvene here. We have some additional amendments to consider this morning. Before we do that, though, I'm gonna put Mr. Wall on the spot here. I want to welcome Jeremy Wall. He's the head of Morning Joy Charter School in Durham, and he's the newest addition to our Charter School Review Board as the superintendent's appointee. So we are super excited to have you here, Mr. Wall. I don't know if you want to say a few words of introduction to yourself. This was completely unprompted, unscripted. So.
Sure. Well, that's very much what the life is like as a principal. There's lots of unscripted and unprompted moments. And so nothing new there. But yes, I'm Jeremy Wall, principal of Morning Joy Charter School, getting to close out my 10th year there as a member of that team, finishing my 5th year as principal. It has been a really great journey, getting to be a teacher, assistant principal, dean of students, now principal. I've just enjoyed getting to dedicate my life to education and the learning that comes along with that, and the fruitful, the joys of being able to just support children and their families and making educational outcomes possible for them. This is a very new experience right here as well, sitting in this particular seat. And so I'm looking to glean as much as I can, learning in this space, contribute however possible, positive ways that I can. I just appreciate the opportunity. So thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. We're glad you're here.
And Alice, did you not want to claim like victory?
Yes, ironically, as I'm leaving the board, one of my former staff members who I hired Jeremy as a young upstart straight out of Harvard University as a math teacher, and was an exceptional math teacher, and saw the leader in him many years ago. So excited to see, kind of watch his growth and impact from afar, and now to have his brain on this board. It's bigger than mine. So I'll say that.
You're kind.
Thank you and welcome again. Ms. Wetzel, we'll turn it back over to you.
Julie Wetzel again with the Office of Charter Schools. We have 3 requests to amend mission statements this morning. These schools are online and available to answer questions if you have them. First one is from Socrates Academy. They're a public charter school in Mecklenburg. They've been in operation since 2005, and they currently serve over 1,000 students in grades K-12. They request a mission statement update to reflect a better articulation of their academic philosophy, and they have 3 reasons for amending their mission statement. They want to promote a rigorous curriculum. They want to emphasize the Socratic learning and emphasize Greek language and culture. Their original mission statement reads as: the mission of the Socrates Academy is to work in partnership with parents and community to encourage our students to reach their full potential by developing critical, analytical thinking skills and becoming self-confident in a high achievement, multicultural, disciplined environment. Particular emphasis will be placed in developing proficiency in reading, writing, and mathematics, both in English and Greek, through the use of the Socratic method. Their new mission statement reads as follows: Socrates Academy is an innovative college preparatory school that partners with local and global communities to inspire and empower scholars to reach their full academic and intellectual potential. Socratic learning fosters curiosity. Scholars engage in critical thinking and problem solving while upholding values of diversity, fairness, justice, and empathy. Advanced coursework in the Greek language and cultural heritage, the cradle of Western civilization and democracy, forms the foundation of intellectual and multicultural competencies. They did seek stakeholder support, and we have all required documents.
Julie, I have a question. This is Rita Hare. I have a question.
Yes, go ahead, Rita.
When we read the executive summary, which I think is what you were just reading from, it has that full statement, the new mission statement that begins with Socrates Academy. When I read their cover letter, it actually begins with the statement, cultivating scholars for impactful global engagement, ethical citizenship, and lifelong learning, which I thought must be their new statement, then supported by that paragraph that you just
I know they had, I clarified with the school leader, I'm not sure if they're online. Part of it was their educational plan, and part of it was their mission statement. And if Socrates, Vanessa Baker, if you're online, can you clarify?
Hi, good morning. This is Vanessa Baker, the principal at Socrates Academy. Yes, that was kind of the tagline for our mission statement. and goes into like our educational plan. And then we also have our same core values.
So you do want that tagline included, and does it start with your tagline?
Yes.
Good. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll make sure we get that included in the amendment documents.
Okay, now I think I'm confused. I'm looking at the executive summary and the mission statement is 2 sentences. Is that the mission statement we're voting on?
Good morning, everyone. This is John Kushel. I'm one of the founders and the board chair. The mission statement, the revised mission statement, is the one that's on the screen right now. That's the one that we're requesting approval for.
Okay, so I know when I clarified with Vanessa, my understanding was everything that kind of below that first paragraph was the educational plan.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. That the whole thing is that's on the screen right now. It's just the cultivating scholars for impactful global engagement, ethical citizenship, and lifelong learning, and then the paragraph underneath it.
So this is Mr. Friend again. I guess I have a question, and I'll be honest, I don't typically ask questions about mission statements. It's your board's school and your board's mission. But I just do have a question. The first sentence is very specific to your school. Socrates Academy is an innovative college prep school that partners with local and global communities to inspire and empower scholars to reach their full academic and intellectual potential, period. Seems like the rest of that is just the definition of Socratic learning, not necessarily about your school. And maybe I'm digging deeper into weeds that I don't need to. But I guess what I'm saying is it just seems like that first sentence alone could be the mission statement. But I'm not trying to override your board.
I was thinking the same thing. It seems to be explaining their mission statement. And I'm bullish about the 35 words or less. So to me, this is an explanation of what they wish their mission statement to be. And it's far over 35 words.
The thought behind this was to kind of update our what we're doing at the school, and this is, while it is an explanation, it's going into more detail about what we're striving to do here and with our students and our school.
Yeah, I do understand that. And again, I'm just raising the question. It just seems like the second sentence is you're telling the reader what Socratic learning is versus telling the reader what your school is, which is what the first sentence does.
I think they may feel that's essential since many people do not understand Socratic learning. And so it helps bring meaning to those folks who are unfamiliar. And really it's the third sentence if you consider cultivating scholars the first sentence. But I agree with you, Bruce. I mean, it's their school and they understand their mission and purpose. So I'm good with it.
What, I mean, just, throwing it out there, because usually you want the mission statement to be something that everyone can remember. Maybe not memorize, but at least remember. I wouldn't be able to memorize this. So I'm just wondering if that wouldn't fit underneath to fulfill our mission we envision, and you could add where it's like the fourth bullet, I think, says something about the Socratic method, supports the Socratic method. I wonder if that's a place to be able to add that in so people do get the information you want them to have and separate the mission out from what you're trying to tell them how you're getting there. But just throwing that out there again, I don't know that it's our place to tell you what your mission statement is. I'm wondering if in it, trying to explain it, you might confuse people, because the two seem separate. You have your mission and then an explanation about how you're going to get there.
I think that's really good feedback.
Any other questions from CSRB members? Well, the motion on the table, I think, is to, or no, there isn't a motion on the table, excuse me. The request that we're being asked to vote on is this mission statement in its full capacity, yeah. Would anyone like to make a motion?
I move that we not accept this mission statement as written. Hilda Perlin.
I have a motion not to accept it. Do we have a second on that? Going once, twice. Okay, that motion failed. Would anyone like to make another motion?
Could a school leader read to us once more what the mission statement is? What we're voting on?
Sorry, I'm on my phone. My power is out. Socrates Academy is an innovative preparatory school that partners with local and global communities to inspire and empower scholars to reach their full academic and intellectual potential. Socratic learning fosters creativity. Scholars engage in critical thinking and problem solving while upholding values of diversity, fairness, justice, and empathy. Advanced coursework in the Greek language and cultural heritage, the cradle of Western civilization and democracy, forms the foundation of intellectual and multicultural competencies.
So that takes me back to the first question, that cultivating scholars for impactful global engagement, ethical citizenship, and lifelong learning is or is not part of the new mission statement.
May I be recognized, please? I'm Tony Stiliano. I'm the Vice President on the Board of Directors. A lot of organizations have a mission and a vision statement. In some cases, the mission statement is a one-sentence statement and the vision statement is longer. In some cases, it's exactly the opposite. So the tagline that you're referring to, it's more like a vision for the school. The mission statement in this case is a little bit more detailed. The first sentence can be can stand on its own, but the other two sentences are important because they focus specifically on how the school develops students to reach full academic and intellectual potential. So while it talks about Socratic learning, the second sentence and the third sentence talks about advanced coursework in Greek language. Those two aspects are integral to the mission of the school. It's not an explanation of Socratic learning in general, and it's not an explanation of coursework in the Greek language in general. It's an explanation about what we do at the school. It could say, if you want, you could think about adding at the end, forms the foundation of intellectual and multicultural competencies at the school, but that's implied.
So you see on the screen, I think, that the letter that was addressed to us says the revised mission statement reads as follows. And then it begins with the cultivating scholars statement.
Yes.
I don't know if the school is clear as to the mission part and the vision part, and then the 7 bullets that follow. So I think we're unclear.
The 7 bullets that follow are about values, is that right?
It seems to be vision. It says to fulfill the mission we envision. So that appears to me to be where the vision part is developed.
Yeah, when I sought clarity from the school, my understanding was the mission statement started with that paragraph about their Socrates Academy all the way to multicultural competencies.
Yeah, I think we have to go what's written into the executive summary, which is the screen which is what is in front of us right now.
And that's what we intended. The one tagline is just a tagline.
Just for the school leadership, hearing now the conversation with board members and the confusion over some of the language and the rationale with the mission statement, and then thinking of how you would like to use this mission statement to guide staff and families. Are you considering any changes, or do you feel, based on your community, compelled to stick with it as written?
I think that the revised mission statement reflects all of our stakeholders, school leadership and board of directors feedback. And so I feel like it fulfills the coursework that we are doing at Socrates Academy and explains exactly what that is. So there's no misunderstanding as to what our goals are at Socrates.
Thank you for that. Any other discussion? Anyone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the revised mission statement for Socrates Academy.
Yeah, we have a motion to approve and a second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Quigley. Any discussion? Yeah, I'm just gonna say, I'm trying not to vote on this through my own lens of my own school. I walked into my kindergarten classroom last week, and I walked in and the kids recited my school's mission. That'd be really hard for a kindergartner to recite this mission. But I also don't feel that I don't want to undermine or discount the discussions I'm sure that they have had as a board. Any other discussion? All right, Ashley, let's do a roll call vote, please. The motion is to approve the new mission statement as shown on the screen.
All right, Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Nay.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez, Bart Danielson,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
John Eldridge,
Aye.
Alex Quigley.
Aye.
All right, it passes.
Eric Sanchez, aye.
Oh, okay. Great. Okay, that passes. Thank you, Socrates. We will send you an approval letter.
Thank you.
All right, our next amendment request is a mission statement, a request to amend a mission statement from URI Charter. URI Charter Academy is a public charter school in Randolph County that has been in operation since 2015 and currently serves over 2,000 students in grades K-12. The URI Academy Board of Directors is requesting a mission statement update. The original mission statement was developed when the school began as a high school 13 years ago, and they did get stakeholder feedback. I am not going to read the original charter mission statement because it is long. So you can see that their board has approved a shorter mission statement that reads, URI Charter Academy will exist to provide a truly relevant and rigorous pathway to career and college readiness by establishing relationships with students, families, and community partners. And we've got all required documents to our office.
I make a motion to accept the new mission statement as written for URI Charter.
I'll second that motion.
Hilda's got this one. Let her make the motion.
Thank you for adhering to requirements.
Yes.
Motion and the second. Any discussion? On
I
behalf
think we
of
all
all
like the new version.
Hilda, my apologies.
On behalf of all the kindergartners at the school, thank you. Ashley, can we do a roll call vote?
Yes, Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approves.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Bart Danielson,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
John Eldridge,
Aye.
Alex Quigley.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Thank you.
And last mission statement request from Willow Oak Montessori. They have been in operation since 2013. They're in Chatham County and they serve about 300 students in grades K-8. The Board of Directors requests a mission statement update for a few reasons. The 2013 version was long and difficult to remember. They wanted something more succinct and clear. And the board approved 2025 version holds true to the spirit of their original mission while improving the wording. They did get feedback from stakeholders in the community and the school. I won't read the original one because it is longer. The new mission statement reads as follows. As an authentic and inclusive Montessori community, we foster curiosity and independence to develop learners into compassionate, responsible global citizens. And we did receive all documents to our office.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve this mission statement.
Thank you, Hilda. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion to approve and a second. Any discussion? All right, hearing none. Ashley?
All right, Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parley,
Approves.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Bart Danielson,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
John Eldridge,
Aye.
Alex Quigley.
Aye.
All right, it passes. We will get you guys approval letters.
Thank you so much. All right, next up, we have stipulations schools update. And for that, I'm going to turn it back over to Ms. Cook before we have the schools come present.
All right, hello board, Jenna Cook with the Office of Charter Schools. Last month you heard from a few schools giving you updates on their stipulations. So these are the final two schools to give you all updates. First, we have Zecca School of Arts and Technology. You can see Zecca stipulations in the table at the top of that page, along with the progress and monitoring that the Office of Charter Schools has done with the school. They did just recently complete their renewal site visit. They are in the process for their 2026 renewal. And then you can see the compliance items that are listed. I did want to give an update to, so this sheet was updated in February. But I did get information from the Office of Accountability for that last bullet that the school since that time has been taking actions to come into compliance with the Office of Accountability and Testing. So they are making progress on that, and that came from that office. But at this time, Zecca, I will invite their leadership to come to present to you all. They have a presentation outlining their progress on their stipulations.
Thank you, Jenna. And just some background as the folks from Zecca come on up. For people whose memory may not be as good, such as mine, or for our new board members. These two schools were up for renewal, I think it was 2 years ago. And this particular case, this board actually, when we were the Charter School Advisory Board, had made a vote to advise the state board to, in this particular case, I think the vote was to close. The state board took that recommendation, granted them a 3-year renewal, but put very specific stipulations as part of that renewal. So since that time, we've become the Charter School Review Board. So when these schools are before us for their actual renewal later this year, I guess the process we'll start hearing from them again. We'll have the option of everything from fresh start based upon how things are going the past 3 years to we could honor those state board stipulations that were assigned to them or some variation thereof. So just a quick background for our newer members. So good morning.
Okay, that's better. Good morning. So Zecca is very excited to be back to give you some updates. Just to let you know, I am Dr. Stacey Owens. I am the executive director, and I have with me Charlotte Neely, our board chair, Dr. Tia Glass, our IPG external partner, and Tasha Owens, who is our fiscal director. And I also have, if you guys can just real quickly just stand, the entire teacher and teacher assistant staff also came today. So we're very small. We're very small, but they're all on board. They're small but mighty. Yes. So just to go over the updates for our school improvement plan, we aligned it with our IPG goals. So I just pulled out the top 4 that we're working currently on through IPG. When we were here before, we talked about like our unit study guides. So we went back and we did a lot of streamlining. We wanted to have a cadence in the school to make sure everybody was doing the same things. So the first thing we did was with our unit guides, we implemented every first Monday of the month. We come together as a group and the teachers do their unit guide planning. And then from that, that's when they go and do their lesson plan. So they're getting support in planning their monthly unit every month. And then they do their individual lesson plans from it. We also implemented what we call the Eagle 10, which are 10 non-negotiables that everybody has to do. 5 of them are academic based and 5 are social and emotional based. So for our academic, everybody has to give descriptive feedback to students. You have to ask higher order questions. And we did a lot of training on the depth of knowledge and Marzano taxonomy and how to use those question stems. Checking for understanding. We did a lot of professional development on how to use formative and summative assessments on a daily basis so that you'll know what your students are, if they're meeting those skill base that you are teaching each day. We wanted to and continue to increase our student engagement, so everybody was trained on how to use the Kagan cooperative strategies. And we implemented, you have to do 3 of those per day to make sure that in our reading, math, and science classes, that all students are sharing their knowledge and giving feedback using that structure. And all of that sort of feed it into our rigorous instruction. The other thing that we did, well, you guys know we're known for the social and emotional piece. So we kept the calm down corners in all the classes, meditation, fireside chats. We use rhythm and class dojo for our social and emotional piece. But from the academic piece, we wanted to make sure, because as you know, Mondays are our professional development days for our teachers. So we have these contractors that come in so the professional development is embedded. You're not just getting a one shot, stop. You're going to see this every month. And so we made sure that all of our contractors, we went over the non-negotiables with them. So when Solution Tree come, they are speaking specifically on math, but then they're going to tie it into those 5 non-negotiables. So what does feedback look like for math? What does checking for understanding look like in the math classrooms? So all the consultants are also using that same language. And then we implemented benchmark phonics for our K2 students. Everybody was trained on that, and that's what's grinding that. So we just basically streamlined a lot of the instruction since we last was here. The other goal we focused on was looking at our data. We wanted to, we've always focused on growth. So growth, we haven't ever had a problem with meeting our growth goals, except for when we first opened and then the year after COVID. But we went back and we started saying, all right, we got to work on self-proficiency. Now that we've been providing all these things for our students, let's see if we can keep our growth, but also increase the percentage of proficiency. So we set some proficiency goals. Like in Q1, we said, let's try to have 40% of the population showing proficient. And then that increased to 60% in Q2. And then in Q3, 80%. So those were our proficiency goals. And you'll see in the red, we use Propel for benchmarking for reading and math. And our actual first quarter, we're sitting at 43% in math and 48% in reading, and 46% second quarter in math and 66% in reading. So we've been meeting those targets, but a lot of that came from really streamlining, like the teachers. We went back and we was like, all right, how many students we need to meet this target? If it says we need 22 students, who are those 22 students? So we can put names on who is close to the fence of being able to become proficient, and we put interventions in place for them. And then who of our students that are not close, what are we going to do for those students? So it just became more streamlined in terms of saying, who are our students and where are we at and what kind of interventions are we going to provide? And as I spoke about with student engagement, increasing that by 90%, the Kagan cooperative structure is what's doing that for us. And we're seeing in our classrooms where teachers are using these structures a minimum of 3 times a day. You can do more, but you have to do the minimum. And then, and so that we can make sure all of our things that we're implementing through our IPG funding can it sustain itself after the grants leave. We put a 4th goal in that we want to increase our shared teacher leadership. So we've started a process with our master mentors, and I do have one of our master mentors here with us, who all of our teachers have a mentor. It doesn't matter how many years you've been teaching. If you're as that good, you're assigned to a mentor who's meeting with you weekly, virtually, and then they meet with them 1 time a month, physically on campus. And then we are training our teachers so that they can take over some of those positions. We put some PLC protocols in place for our PLC meetings. And that was, that was the gist of what we did to strengthen the curriculum side of the house. The stipulation on the leadership and staff training, because we're a 4-day school and Mondays are available. Last year, we provided 143 embedded professional development hours for our teachers and staff. 100% of our boards actually met their 10 modules that was placed on them for the 2023-24 year. And this year to date, we have 121 hours of embedded professional development that has taken place, and our board is on track for meeting their 5 hours that they have to do for this year. And then when you take a look at our academic outcomes, the stipulation was you had to meet or exceed growth 2 out of 3 of the years. And for the 2 years for 2022-23 and 23-24, we met. So I presented to you our breakdown in terms of what it looked like per class, because our second year we dropped back overall about 8 points. So we took a deep dive to see where that could have happened at. And that happened in our 5th grade class, because that was a combination class for the 23-24 school year. And the teacher that came back from 22-23 for that year had some mental health concerns, and she had to leave mid-year, and so that sort of hurt us there, but we're rebounding from that. We were still able to meet our growth and still make some good gains in the other classes. So those 3 slides just show you what was done in terms of growth. Compliant issues, we do not have any fiscal compliant issues, and we do not have any program compliant issues that I'm aware of. And then for our major accomplishments, we put in this thing that we developed over the summer work. We did a lot of summer work after we went through the you're going to close and you're not going to close experiment. And we put what we call our cycle of feedback in place. And that is like one of our major accomplishments that's streamlining how we was going to make sure we were supporting the staff. And we also developed a coaching model for difficult populations that we serve. You guys from history know our student base, and with the nature of school right now with finding teachers and having a lot of teachers that come in as backdoor teachers and learning to be teachers, we made sure that we put a lot of stuff in to help them. We have some community partnerships. We're excited that UNCW is still doing some virtual tutoring with our students, and we have a community organization that's coming in to do some STEM lessons with our students. And then our partnerships, our outside partnerships are national partnerships. So Best Man LLC is a national partnership that continue to help us with our trauma center, because Zeka is a trauma center. So we're constantly learning and training and doing things for that. And Solution Tree comes in and help with math, because math is our area of weakness. So we're still working on that. And Curriculum's Decision is still on board with our curriculum mapping, the depth of knowledge learning, and all that we have doing with the assessments coming through them. And then our partner with Good Seed, she's still on board helping with our cultural responsive teaching and making sure that we are hitting everything that we need to do to move this population. And then the last slide, if you want to see the type of trainings, who provided them, the number of hours, feel free to take a deep dive into all of those areas. Do you have any questions?
Thank you for that presentation. Yeah. Questions that board members may have.
Could you repeat what you're using for benchmarking again? What tool is that?
Pell benchmarking.
How does that work? Do you guys submit in your pacing guides and then they design quarterly assessments for you, or is it pre-slugged? Does it match up with a curriculum?
No, it doesn't match up with the curriculum. We look at other things for matching up with the curriculum, but it's more like, it's gonna show you what the test will look like at the end of the year, like the EOG. And what we do is each semester, we have to look at that data to say, okay, if they didn't do well in this domain, you know, you won't know it specifically if what you've done, because it's like NC check-ins. It's the new version of NC check-in. Yeah, but we can tell if you are tracking to be proficient or not. So.
Cool, thanks.
Is the, since the last time you were here, and maybe this is for the, Ms. Neely, the board member, is the board the same? Has there been changes on the board since your last renewal?
Since our last renewal, we did lose a board member. However, we do have an attorney who is now on our board. All other members are the same, myself, Patricia Benefield, and Dr. Irving. And our attorney is attorney Thomasina Moore.
And Ms. Hayes is still on the board as well?
Good.
Ms. Hayes is still on the board as
yes,
well?
I'm sorry, I forgot her. She's our secretary. Yes, she still is.
So as a board member, what have you seen? And we shared some, good results here since the last time, positive trends, but as a board member, what are you seeing differently happening at the school or happening with staff leadership? And
As a board member, one, I definitely can attest to the improvements that you see in the data here, but also following closely, not so much as with the day-to-day, but our oversight. And with the staff, I see those who are committed, they are qualified, but also Zeka as a trauma-informed organization, making sure that our children have what they need so that they can succeed. Definitely the growth in math and reading, following closely with that, and then our reports, our attendance, our enrollment and continuous recruitment. And what I do see is currently is, as I said, the staff that have a heart for education, but also the enlightenment as a board member, the trainings that we've received in terms of governing a charter school, and then learning more about the day-to-day, the science of learning, the science of reading. And then being able to see children in the atmosphere, in their common atmosphere on a day-to-day basis, getting that information and seeing the growth that is coming out of that.
thank you for that. Yep.
Okay.
Other questions or comments from board members?
So this may be more directed to Jenna or staff. In the presentation for the that I'm looking at, there's a note for January 25th about accountability. The school did not attend November or January Southeast Regional training sessions or a makeup, and a fall checkout data due 1/17/25 was not submitted. Has that been corrected?
This is Jenna. So the Office of Accountability reached out to let me know. They reached out with the concern initially, and then at the end or in February, said that they had taken some steps and are currently in compliance with annual testing program requirements. Attending training sessions and completing required action items are still areas of focus.
And so if I can speak to that, our testing coordinator, we changed. She moved back home to Virginia because her family was sick and she had to go take care of her parents. And I had just hired a new data manager. So in that transitioning of training the new data manager, that's where that gap happened. And he's on board and all together now. So it was only a small window of the transition of staff that caused that to happen. And we also added another teacher to serve as a backup to him. So.
I just want to comment that it seems from the last time that you all were here to today, I sense a theme of organization and common language that you guys are trying to grab a hold of. And so I applaud you for trying to pull this thing together, right? Especially with a small staff and a small budget to work with and things of that nature, reaching out and getting some support groups that can help push in the support that you guys need because you aren't able to hire it on staff. That was good. So I appreciate the work that you all put into this.
Thank you so much.
Other comments or questions?
Well, and the Met, you were supposed to meet 2 out of 3 years, and you continue to meet your growth. So now you're pushing for exceeding it, right?
I'm pushing to exceed. I'm pushing to take the D to a C or a B so I can get off that list. Yes.
That's what we're talking about.
Mhm.
Yeah, I want to echo Dr. Aldrich's comments. I think this is positive sign since the last time we were before us. And I think that, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think maybe it was sort of a little bit of a wake up call and the stipulations at the state board. And I commend you and the board and your staff that took time to be here today. So hopefully we'll see this continue when you come back before us for the actual renewal presentation and vote. And I would just encourage you to keep on being focused on this. I'd like to be able to see when you come back, here were the stipulations the state board put onto us. Check, check, check. Every single one of them have been accomplished with no asterisks. They're done. And for the board, that important role of governance, be transparent in that, make sure your minutes are up to date. If they're not, I'm going to ask you. I can tell you right now. Just get as many board members here for that renewal process as well as you can.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Okay, next is Next Generation Academy. And as a reminder to this board, Next Generation Academy had different stipulations. They were placed on the school by the Charter Schools Advisory Board at the time. And they were primarily fiscal in nature, with the Office of Federal Program having some concerns, and the school had some significant payments to make back to the state. You can see that all of their stipulations have been met, the stipulations that the advisory board placed on them. But the Office of Charter Schools is continuing to monitor the school, and we've asked the school to come give you an update, as the school is currently on financial non-compliance probationary status. So we've asked them to give you an update on how the school is doing, as they are up for renewal also in the 2026 cohort. They've submitted their letter of intent to renew. We have an upcoming site visit in about a week or so. And so I'll invite the leadership from Next Generation to give you their presentation now.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Is it still morning? It's afternoon somewhere. But good morning. My name is David Miller, and I serve as the board chair. We have with us here today our board treasurer, Brian Moore, our superintendent, Dr. Misher, and our principal. We have with us Mr. Florence, and we're glad to meet with you today to share with you the great things that's taking place at Next Generation Academy.
Okay. Good morning. Now, I'm going to talk to the financial piece that seems to have been our biggest concern as of at the last review. We have made significant strides in our academics. We have made a significant debt reduction of $526,000. That's since May of 2023. That's a monthly savings of over $18,000. And all this can be documented in our financial statements. And we attribute that to just financial overall financial management. We meet weekly to discuss where we are with all our budget items, and we've made significant progress in just reducing that debt. We've also had $1.8 million worth of grants that we have been awarded since then. Most of that is for the 21st Century grant, and the other one is $75,000 grant that went to robotics, which has provided our students an opportunity to participate in robotics and also go to competitions in robotics. And for our first time going to the competitions, we were successful and got an award as a new team as part of the robotics. So we're continuing with our weekly meetings, and Mr. Moore now will talk about our audits and what the findings on them have been in the last couple of years.
Hello, everyone. So to remind you, in 2022, we had a negative fund balance as well as a negative cash balance at the end of that audit. I'm pleased to report that for 2023, as well as 2024, we ended those years with over $300,000 in cash and with a positive fund balance over $250,000. For each one of those audits, they were free of material misstatements, meaning that they had a clean opinion. There were no findings as it related to financial awards, whether it was federal or state. We were deemed to be a low-risk auditee, and there were no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies found in those past 2 years of audits.
Good morning. My name is Daryl Florence, co-principal of Next Generation Academy, and I'm going to speak directly to our academic progress. We are continuing our story of growth and improvement. We have grown our students every single year based on our data points, and this past year was no different. In reading, just a couple of highlights. This is not the whole story, but some highlights. All grade level subgroups meeting expected growth, with the exception of fourth grade students with disabilities. In mathematics, our subgrades met expected growth across all grade levels as well. One notable achievement listed there is the fifth grade students with disabilities actually exceeded expected growth, so we're very proud of that. Also in science, fifth grade students met expected growth in all target subgroups. What we are doing currently is, again, aligned with our mission and vision, and that is to personalize instruction for our students, making sure that the students have a personalized plan and that our teachers and staff understand where they are so that they can grow them from where they are to where we need them to be. Also, we are working with our staff on data analysis and making sure they understand their own students' data so that they can best support their students as well. And also a focus on the specific standards that students are learning and supposed to be mastering. So that's what we are doing currently to make sure that we are moving forward and making continued academic progress. And I feel very good with the progress that we're making and believe that we will continue to do so. Thank you.
Questions from CSRB members?
Maybe for, I'm sorry, I forgot your name, the treasurer. Brian Moore?
Yeah.
Brian, what do you think what do you attribute the fact that you've turned the financials around so well? What things did you guys put in place to make those changes?
So a couple of changes that we've had since we were here. We've changed our audit provider to Rebecca Barr, and we've also changed our accounting firm to Acadia North Star Prestige Company. In addition, when we were here, if you all can recall, we were trying to kind of foreshadow the things that were happening in 2023, but we hadn't had our audit done yet. So we were looking at 2022. And so those cost reduction measures that we've been talking about, those meetings around financial management were already kind of happening. And now we're kind of seeing that kind of flow through. But again, very, very focused on budgeting, making sure that our costs are maintained, making sure that we were growing enrollment, as well as reaching out to see as many grants as we could possibly get. So all that also with the focus of paying down debts and our weekly meetings and making sure that we were very, very tight on the cost cutting and the budget. A lot of that was initial startup, moving from one location to another, all of the costs and whatnot that come along with that. Also running a school on a smaller number of students. Once you get to this kind of equilibrium of having some of the larger numbers from an enrollment standpoint, you can really start to do things with the dollars. And so I think that is really what's attributed to all of those things that we've done over the past few years that's targeted us to the success we've seen.
Does Prestige come to your board meetings?
Yes.
Like to do reports?
Yes, so they have weekly meetings, and our finance team, which is myself, along with them, have a meeting before our board meeting to go over all of the things, and so that they're there also to answer questions, or I'll interject and we'll talk about, hey, is it time to move this line item or this one from a budgetary standpoint, and the things that are coming up. And so yes, they attend our meetings as well.
Congratulations on those grants, by the way.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments?
So you all have 4 board members? I was looking online to see if you had more board members. The only 4 of you?
Board members,
Board members.
we have 6. There's 6, and we're now actively recruiting. We had a couple who've come off because of conflicts, not wanting any conflicts on the board due to jobs or things of that nature, may have resigned, and now we're searching to find suitable replacements to bring more onto the board.
Other questions or comments for the board? All right, hearing none, thank you for your time today, and we'll look forward to seeing you during the renewal process. All right, next we have presentations from CLP Schools and Ms. Nowinski.
Good morning, Nikki Nowinski, Assistant Director for OCS. Before you today to talk about our school improvement workflow. And then we have a few of our CLP schools here to report to you on their progress. So as you may remember, in the fall of 2023, we implemented a school improvement workflow for the first time in our department. And the purpose of that was to really make sure that we have a team of people who are really focused on the academic data, monitoring and supporting low-performing charter schools in the state, conducting site visits and giving feedback, which hasn't been done in quite a while, and then reviewing school improvement plans. And so our role for our workflow team is to really elevate that level of support and make sure that we're using some indicators of distress to make our decisions as to who gets the support and site visits that we decide to do. As a reminder, in legislation, low-performing charter schools have a D or an F, and they have met expected growth or not met expected growth. And if you are on the continuously low performing list, that means that you have been low performing for at least 2 of 3 consecutive years. So you could be on the CLP list and not be low performing currently. So keep going. There we go. All right. So for the 23-24 school year, we had 51 schools that were low performing. We had 55 schools that were CLP, and remember that CLP for the 2 out of the last 3 years. Of those CLP schools, we have 18 that are not low performing. And then so a total of 69 schools, or 33% of our schools, charter schools, are low performing or CLP. This map just shows you where they all are. They're all across the state, and Megan, you might have to remind me, but the red indicates schools that are CLP and LP, the yellow CLP, and the green LP. The purple are the schools that we went to go visit in the fall. And as you can see, there's quite a few there. So we went from really one side of the state to the other to visit these schools and offer our support and feedback. So just a quick glimpse into the process. We get the LPCLP designation list from the state board when those results come out. And we notify the schools that they are on that list and what the process is for them moving forward. We then use an internal flow chart to narrow that list down to a reasonable number of schools that we can visit with the number of people that we have. And we visit those schools throughout the months of October, November, and December. Once we complete those visits, we do conduct a survey. We believe that if we're going to give feedback, we should also be getting feedback on our performance. And so we want to know how we can, what we need to do more of differently or better to support schools. And then here in the spring, we have some schools come and present to you so that they can talk about their progress. Part of that process, just as a reminder, we do have a pre-visit questionnaire that we send to school leaders once we determine who our site visit people are going to be. You can read through what we talk about, but we want to know what do you want to brag about? What are you working on? When we come to visit, what are we going to see that you have implemented as far as your improvement plan goes? When we are there, we spend most of our time in classrooms doing observations and feedback. And so this is just a snapshot of the things that we're looking for in the classrooms using those long-standing research-based strategies that we know make the most difference for kids. And we're looking at what kids are doing in learning, less on the adults and what they're doing. We're looking at what students are doing in the classroom and is it productive for them. Following the classroom visits, we'll meet with the administrative team. We talk about professional development and what they've been doing. We talk about what is their cycle of observation and feedback and how often are they doing it? Is it face-to-face? Are you seeing changes in instruction because of your feedback? And then also talking about assessments and instruction and assessment data analysis that they're doing. And then we send them a form with feedback. A lot of the feedback that's on the form is data driven. We give them their comparability data. We give them subgroup data. And we also give areas of strength, recommended areas of growth, any required actions if there are any. But we really want to make sure that we give them some meaningful feedback that's going to make a difference in their school and for their students. So last year we did a site visit survey. We did it again this year. Transparency, there wasn't a large response. Part of that was my fault because we sent it out kind of late. Part of it was we had several schools that changed leaders, so they didn't get the survey because they weren't in Eddy, and we got all that straightened out. So instead of showing you charts on 3 schools that responded, I thought it was just best to focus on some of the feedback that we got. We did hear that they did think our feedback was specific and helped with their improvement, that it increased their confidence in the direction that they were going. Sometimes it's nice to hear from the outside that what you're doing in the school is working and is in the right direction. They wanted a virtual follow-up at the end of the school year, which we're hoping in the future we can do for all of the schools. We did that for a few schools this month, actually, to check in a little bit, but they did indicate that maybe some more of those virtual follow-ups in the spring would be helpful. And they said that we did a great job and they felt supported, which is what we want to hear. And I'm not going to say names, but I did have a virtual follow-up with a school leader on Friday, and it was fabulous. And she really took off with some of the suggestions and collaborative conversation that we had at her school. It was really rewarding. So moving forward, we do have a change in the workflow lead. So I am stepping aside since I am doing other leadership things within our office, and Dr. Brandy Gill is going to take over as the school improvement workflow lead. So that's moving forward. We have that. We want to continue our improvement and alignment of the processes that we established. The great news is we've done this for 2 years now, and we feel like our processes and procedures are pretty well in place, but they could always use tweaking and improving. Continue researching some innovative and effective approaches for supporting low-performing schools. We do give them a pretty extensive data metric table on their feedback. We got a couple of comments that maybe that was too cumbersome, or maybe I didn't explain it well enough, one of the two. And then offer the virtual visits to all the schools in the spring who received a visit in the fall, just as a follow-up. So moving forward, that's our plan. Any questions or feedback before I introduce the schools that are here for you today?
Nikki, this is Rita Hare.
Yes.
Quick question. So you are saying that you visited, if I look at the map, all the purple schools, which are about 20?
Yes.
Okay. And of all those schools, you received responses from 3, like feedback from the visit?
Yes. And I know that's a very low number. I get it. I will own part of that because I did not send the survey out until like the middle or end of January. And the previous year, we did it like in the middle of December. So part of that I attribute to myself. And then we had, I think, 3 or 4 schools who had changed leadership. And so they weren't there during that site visit. And they weren't in Eddy to receive the email to begin with to do the survey. So we worked with the schools on that so that we can get them in Eddy and they can get the information that they're supposed to get.
Good. Okay. Thank you.
And just, this isn't really a question, it's more just an observation or maybe a thought in my mind. And if it's not a good one, then you can tell me after I turn your mic off.
Okay.
So I'm just wondering if there's a way with the association and the alliance, or even some schools that are, high performing schools, since it's really hard for the staff to keep up with all the work that you're already doing and do these site visits. There's a way to organize some way to create a support network to be able to go in and do this maybe a lot less stress on the staff. And I wonder if there's a way that we might be able to I'm just throwing this out there as food for thought to coordinate something to make it a little bit more meaty so that you guys can continue to do all the work that you have to do here. Plus, maybe train up those folks to do the things that you would have them do if they were to go in and do site visits to help maybe spread to more schools or give a little bit more support to those schools that really need it. Just throwing that out there.
Randy's going to write that down as the new lead. That is a great suggestion. Kind of like a mentor type of thing. Is that what you're thinking?
Like I know that like the association and the alliance sometimes try to do where you have like a regional meetings or something of that nature. There's a way to maybe have regionally support networks to be able to go into the schools where we're needing more work, and I know everybody else they've got their own work to do, but I think there's a lot more. It's really meaningful to get help from your peers as well. And if we've got some really great ideas in there, I think one of the things we don't do as charter schools very often is share the good things that we're doing.
Yes.
And even if it's just once or twice a year to be able to go in and just have some meetings, be able to bounce questions off each other or ideas, or just a team, almost like not like an old SACS visit or whatever they call it now, but to be able to go and do a review, give some good feedback, and then have a follow-up with what would you do with this information, or what are your plans to do with it? Kind of like what you're doing already, just spread it out so you guys don't feel so taxed to do it on your own. And we've got the alliance and the association. I'm not looking at Dave right now, but I'm just saying there's resources out there we might be able to tap into to help do that.
Thank you. We will consider that. We always review our processes in June in preparation for the following year. So we will take that under advisement. Thanks, John. Dr. Eldridge, sorry.
Bruce, this is Steve Gay. Also out there, remember that in the East and West, you still you have Rhonda Harrell and Ashley Springs, who are part of the DPI support for charter schools.
Yes.
And they, their basic goal is really MTSS, but if you really talk to them, it's about school improvement. I think they've also been talking to Rhonda about that. And they are another great resource, again, more based on school improvement than just around MTSS, but they use that framework for school improvement, and they're both a wealth of knowledge.
Yes, they are currently on our school improvement team. And when we send feedback to the schools, we offer their names and their emails so that the schools can reach out to them.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so we do have some schools here today. You're going to hear from 3 today, and then in April, we have 5 of the schools that we visited in the fall. They were told that they had 15 minutes with 5 minutes for CSRB questions, 6 slides talking about their academic data and trends. Are they moving towards success, and what is their current progress? Like, how do you know you're making improvement? So today we have Oak Hill Charter. I thought it would be important to let you know they're LP and CLP. We did a site visit on December 11th, Arapahoe Charter. They are CLP, but not LP this year. We visited them in the fall of 23. And then Preeminent Charter, which they're CLP and LP. We did our site visit on November 14th. So if I could call up Oak Hill Charter first.
Yes, we're very excited to not be LP this year coming out of it. Really excited about that. So I am Megan Eckert. I am principal of Oak Hill Charter School, and I can make a connection to you, Mr. Wall, because I was teacher first. I taught for 13 years, and then I was a second grade teacher at Oak Hill Charter and became principal. So I'm very excited to be in this role and share with you all the good things that are happening in our little school. You will see the picture of the school right there is in January when the campus was covered in a blanket of snow and the students had a snow day, so they were really excited about that. Here's our story and our mission and vision. Our mission is to provide students with a rigorous back to basics education with high personal expectations that will help them embrace the challenges of today and prepare them for success tomorrow. We are nestled in the heart of the foothills in Lenoir, North Carolina, and one of the first charter schools in our area. I think New Dimensions is about 30 minutes from us, but definitely charter school is a new idea for Caldwell County, and very excited to be there. We have 250 students and we serve grades K-8. I have 12 homerooms in kindergarten to 8th grade and 2 EC classrooms. For our academic data, I'll be honest with you, the first year of operation is a challenge, as all of you who sit in this room know. I was not expecting a school report card in year 1. So when I received one, I called Jenna Cook like, what do I do with this? And she said, you're just going to sit here and know that this is baseline data and we can only go up from here. So that's exactly what we've done. We were low performing in year 1, but we are coming out of that with 2 to 3% growth in math last year and 10 percentage points of growth in reading. So really excited with that reading score and only watching for that to go up. The next slide is straight from DPI, and I love this because it really shows the overall data for our whole school for 2 years. You will see that our report card came up from an F to a D, which doesn't sound beautiful, but we were really excited to tackle that in the first year. And only go up. You can see there that there was also a pretty huge percentage growth score in that second column, really celebrating all the things there. And of course, that school performance coming up from an F to a D. Here are all the wonderful things happening that we are focusing on as we move towards success. In the year 1, we had 189 students. In year 2, we had 208. We did not meet our enrollment growth goal that year, but we had admin turnover, staff turnover, board turnover. There was just a lot of things in year 1 that we had to work really hard and roll up our sleeves to come out of. In year 3, we have met that goal at 255 students. Our year 4 goal is 288 students, and as of this morning, we have hit that goal at 89% for next year. So we have enrolled 41 new students for next year already, and we're really excited about that. We did meet growth for last year. And I have a whole document for all of you for that, but I don't think I have time to go over it with you today. But if you have questions, I have that. Faculty goals this year, we were able to bring on a guidance counselor with REAP funds. We were also able to bring on an assistant principal who works 4 days a week. And he has been such a blessing to me in handling the heavy lifting of behavior so that I can focus on running the school. For financial goals, we have huge goals to one day build a new school building. We are about 2 years from being at max capacity in our current space, and we love our school. It was originally built in 1939, so it definitely has those old building things, but our landlord has been wonderful to work with and has really provided the needed updates to our school as we have grown. So our goal this year is to really focus financially on securing as much of that cash flow as we can in hopes to build within the next couple of years. The other thing that we've been successful with this year is really being strategic with our additional funds. So we do receive Title I funds, and one thing that Dr. Gill gave us a suggestion on was really utilizing our TAs well in the classroom. So that's been a huge focus. We also have hired interventionists who are teacher assistants in the classroom to help with student performance. And then we were also able to bring on a part-time AIG teacher for this school year. The last thing that we'll really focus on is, as you know, Helene devastated Western North Carolina. And so one thing that Helene brought us was the opportunity to reach back into our community. And that's something that the district schools didn't really get the opportunity or take the opportunity to do. So when most of our roads were closed and most of our county was closed in Helene in October, we opened our campus up to support all the community, our students, everybody's students, whoever would come and needed it. So we offered our locker rooms for showers and food. We tried to serve them breakfast and lunch and snacks and whatever they needed if they just needed to come talk to somebody or give somebody a hug. And we were also able to be a support as a hub for things that we were taking westward. So we were a water donation, food donation drop off, and we pushed that into Asheville from our school. So we were really excited to have that opportunity. I leave you with this quote that I loved. I wrote a article the first year of being principal where people just really weren't understanding what a charter school was. They all think it's private. So I love saying, no, we are a public charter. So I wrote this article just talking about bridges, not barriers, because I think the first year of operation, you feel like there's barriers everywhere. There's financial barriers, there's people barriers, there's opinion barriers, there's growth barriers. But I love this quote. It said, when the winds of change blow, some people build walls and others build windmills. So we are just over at Oak Hill building windmills and trying our best to bridge everything that we can to grow and be a wonderful school. Questions for you?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Questions from board members?
And I'll say thank you for the support. All of you, I think I've spoken with via email, and just you've been such a wonderful encouragement to our school, whether it be furniture or an email about school performance. I just really appreciate your support.
No question, just a comment on your help with Helene.
Yes.
It was wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I've had a chance
Yes,
to
sir.
visit this school a couple of times and meet with the board members and leadership over their short time as a charter. And I know you got your challenges for sure, but this is a much needed school in the community that they're serving.
Yes. Please come anytime for a visit. We live there. Thank you so much.
Okay, next we have Arapahoe Charter.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Chris Watson, and I am the Chief Executive Officer for Arapahoe Charter School. And as you know, we are here this morning to provide you with an academic update on things that are happening at our school. I would like to start just by mentioning that we have 6 members of our board of directors here with us, including our officers. We have Ms. April Hester, who is our board chair, Mr. Scott Smith, who is our vice chair, Ms. Jenny Adams, who is our board secretary, and also board member Bill Bound, board member Kat Harrell, and board member Jennifer Cook. Included with me this morning is our full leadership team. And those folks would be Mr. Cody Edwards, who's our Chief Academic Officer, Ms. Robin McElhannon, who is our upper school director, and Ms. Michelle Shelton, who is our lower school director. If they were up here first, they would share with you that I'm known for being long-winded in our monthly board meetings, but I promise you that I will try to keep it just to the important points today. And I do hope that you've had a chance to look over our slide presentation. I want to add just a few things to it so that there's some context for you when we get to the academic side of things. One thing that we are particularly proud of is that we are a school that was in the first cohort that was approved back in 1997. But even among that cohort, we're a little bit different because we were the only charter school that was a full conversion school. And so within the town of Arapahoe, there was a K-8 school that was being centralized to the central system. It was the last one remaining in the county. And the teachers, the parents, and the community members really felt the loss of that school. And even though they rallied and tried to persuade the system to leave that school in place, it did not work. And so circumstances worked out, and the folks that were involved in that movement were able to put together a charter, and that gave rise to Arapahoe Charter School. And that really has shaped the school, not only in its beginnings, but all along the way. And now that 28 years has passed, I think what you'll hear today are some things that harken back to what happened then and how we've adapted and changed since. But essentially, and I won't read our full mission statement to you, because of the way we came about, we are a teacher, parent, community directed school. And we're trying very hard to stay in touch with the voices of our parents, the voices of our teachers, and the community members that are there around the school. And we feel like we've been very successful at that. Demographically, throughout all of that time, we have mirrored or been very, very similar to all of the schools around us. And kind of overarching our work with our students and our mission is really a belief and an attempt to provide, even though we're a very small charter school, everything that a student could get at a larger district school without sacrificing academics and without sacrificing the opportunity for them to be involved in activities that help them to feel, that help students feel a part of something bigger than themselves. And so we strive very hard to do that. But before we dive into the academic side of things, there are a couple of things that I really want to highlight for you because I think they will become important as we move forward. And I'll start when I became an employee of the charter school, which was back in 2009. At that time, the school had 325 students, and only 15% of them came from outside of the county where we're located. In 2013, and we were a K-8 school at that time, but in 2013, there was a strong sense among our families that they wanted us to add high school, which we did. And it took us 5 years to grow from K-8 to a fully fledged K-12 school. Over that time, over that period of growth, we peaked in 2018 with 567 students. And over that amount of time, things shifted. We went from being 15% of our students coming from outside the county to 56% of our students coming from outside of the county. And since that time, things have continued to change. All of the schools in the area where we're located, including the charter school, are facing some very strong headwinds, that is, as far as enrollment goes. The popularity of homeschool, the rise of some private schools, and in our area, which may be a little different than it is in other areas of the state, in fact, I'm sure that it is, we have had a very slow and steady decline just in the number of young families that live in the area, pushed out by hurricanes and for other reasons. We are still an economically depressed area of the state. That's reflected in our student demographics. Presently, this year, we're 61% economically disadvantaged. We're a CEP school. We're part of the school lunch program, so all of our students receive free meals, both breakfast and lunch. But I say all of that to kind of bring you up to date. So presently this year, right now, as we sit, we have about 502 students. And so our enrollment has drifted down, but we are actually 60% from outside of the county right now. But peeling back the layers even a little further, that for us has been troubling. But looking deep at the data, there's some trends that we see that are really important. From last year to this year, we did grow by 11 students. Not a lot, but it was after a few years of decline. And now we have seen the first year where we've started to bounce back, and we feel like there are some reasons for that, and we're going to share them with you. Also within that number is the fact that we have grown our number of Pamlico County students by 14. So we're seeing what we hope are the beginnings of some trends where our enrollment will stabilize. The folks who live in Pamlico County and the community that we serve, even though we're really truly a regional school, and you'll see that we do a good job of meeting the needs of families in that region, we hope it will continue to grow steadily in that direction. So that being said, our best person to provide you with an academic update is our Chief Academic Officer. And with your permission, I'm going to invite Mr. Cody Edwards up to share with you that data. Thank you.
I think we're still in morning time. So good morning, everybody. And I'm going to apologize in advance. Mr. Watson and I routinely fight for time at our board meetings. So I will be as brief as possible and go ahead and jump right into where we were. So yep, that where we were slide. In these charts on this slide, it dates back pre-pandemic, not because we'll use COVID as an excuse, but it does help to give you kind of the greater detail into what our focus was and why. And in that first chart, that's our proficiency outcomes compared to Pamlico County schools where we're located. You'll see that pre-pandemic, we were achieving 4.7 points higher than that school system. In fact, 12 points higher in reading and just right there comparable in math. From that green chart on the right, you'll see we were a C school. We had exceeded growth that year. In fact, our school performance grade was a 68. So we were actually just 2 points away from being a B school. We were celebrating, we were excited, and then the pandemic hit. So coming back from the pandemic, we naturally expected a dip. I think all schools did in performance once we got some data back. And so in 21-22, you'll see though, we were just 1.1 points behind Pamlico County schools, still out achieving them in reading, but had taken a dip in math. We were a D school. Yes, we had not met growth, but we were still comparing well to the school system where our students are coming from. And so that wasn't really, the alarm bells weren't sounding perhaps the way they should have. Because if you look over in that pink chart, you'll see that during that exact same time, as Mr. Watson kind of talked about, our enrollment took a decline of about 50 students, which would then go on to be 70 students. That rise in private schools and all the other things that he mentioned. And so that was where our focus was. Well, how are we going to bring more students into our school? How are we going to attract them into the great things that we are doing? But then the 22-23 school year hits, and now we've taken another dip. This time we're no longer comparable to our county schools. And so I think that was when the alarm bells set off that, the focus has got to get shifted back to academics and figure out kind of what's going on there in a deeper fashion. And so as you can imagine, as a school leader, we took a deep dive into the data, broke it down everywhere you possibly could, but we provided it for you in just this one way because I think it tells the true story. That proficiency by subgroup chart in the bottom left, you'll notice that between the 22 school year and the 23 school year, every subgroup across the board took almost an equal decline. So we were looking at a 5 to 9 point decline at every subgroup. And we found that everywhere we broke the data out by subject, by grade level, by subgroup, we saw that equivalent decline across the board. So what that let us know was it wasn't a particular subject, wasn't a particular grade level, it wasn't a particular student group, but core instruction across the board was not getting the job done. So that's where we had to focus. And so as we move to that next slide, in the green there kind of recounts how we got to that conclusion of core instruction not getting the job done. And so what we did about that is we took a really hard look at our 3-year strategic plan. That plan includes cultural strategies, academic strategies, and operational strategies that we use to improve the school. Today, I've provided for you some of those cultural and academic strategies. And I'm going to touch on those academic ones first, and then we will circle back to the cultural just briefly so we can talk about that enrollment piece too. But in the academic side of things, the very first thing we did was create a brand new walkthrough observation tool for staff. And so this was more this time than just the checklist of these are the things we're looking for when we come in, but it also provided a comprehensive guide for our staff on this is what it looks like. So when we say we're looking for cooperative learning or we're looking for inquiry-based learning, this is what it looks like. And so we started using that tool to get into our classrooms more. And what we found was because we hadn't been, aggressively monitoring the academic side of things, we had vastly different programs, vastly different resources being used across grade levels, up and down hallways, different academic language being used, not all bad, but no consistency. And because of that lack of consistency, our PLC meetings could not operate effectively. Our interventionists who are pulling, a couple students from this 3rd grade class, a couple students from this 3rd grade class, they can't adequately plan for what they are doing. Our ability to pair a teacher with a mentor was hindered by that lack of consistency. And then data being tracked was inconsistent. And so that was the primary goal, is we've got to bring some consistency back to what's going on in order to improve core instruction. So we started by just, cutting the fat, so to speak, where we laid out a master list of all of the resources being used, things being funded by the school, things teachers were choosing to fund on their own, and cut us back to the basics of what we felt like were effective. We brought in some new curriculum materials, the CKLA curriculum for our elementary school, the Wit and Wisdom curriculum for our middle school. And we brought all those things together to provide, common academic language across the halls. And then we instituted our Brilliance Block. And I would say that would be the single most important thing that we did. And so this is an hour during the school day where students are being pulled in small groups to have their intervention and enrichment. But it's not just that the teacher's pulling them in their classroom. It's not just that 3rd grade is working together to pull them. They are working across grade levels to group these students by skill and pull those students. And so as important as that time was for providing the interventions that the students needed, even more importantly, it forced the teachers to get back in that mindset that these are not my students in my classroom, but these are all of our students, and work together and build that consistency together so that they could plan those groups, so that they could work together and make all of that happen. And as that consistency continued to build, it allowed us as an administrative team to focus more heavily on what the strengths of our staff was. And so then we can shift them strategically to positions that match those strengths. And so, okay. I will skip the cultural goals for now. So if we'll just move forward to where all of that got us. I did compare us to Pamlico, Craven, and Beaufort County, since over half of our students are coming from Craven and Beaufort counties. So if we just look at that kind of highlighted box in the middle, you'll see that in last school year, our overall composite, climbed from 12 points below Pamlico up to less than 3 points below. We were 1.3 points higher than Craven, 4 points higher than Beaufort. Our students with disabilities and economically disadvantaged students which make up 21% of our student population and 61% of our student population we outperform those schools in every category across the board. So where our students are coming from, we did better with them. And so kind of in that bottom right, I've summarized all of that for you, that we had a 25.4 overall increase in academic achievement. Our new school performance grade is a 60, which was up from a 44 the prior year. We met growth, and our enrollment has increased from 480 up to 502. And then on the last slide, just some things that touch on our mission that we're very proud of. We do have our current data with check-ins, and I'll just summarize that all of that, leads us to the conclusion that we're making the same amount of growth this current year that we did last year. But just in the top and the bottom right, things to highlight that 53% of our high school juniors and seniors are taking dual enrollment college classes. And when I say they're taking that, I mean, we're doing everything to make that happen. We bus them to the community college. We cover their books. We work with them if they want to take a course over the summer to get them enrolled in that. We provide all the technology, everything they need. And then in the bottom right, that we are currently offering over 25 student clubs during the school day, so that there's no barriers to students participating in that, 5 student organizations, and over 10 competitive middle and high school athletic teams. So I know I run long, but we will take any questions.
Thank you for your presentation, both members. Questions or comments from board members?
I don't know how to say it other than, I mean, so there was no common curriculum. And then someone said, all of a sudden, we need to have a common curriculum. And then you have did 25, 39 point jumps over the school system, 45, 40. I don't know who decided to do that, but thank you.
And I'll touch on that just to your point. It was that the school, from my opinion, had adopted numerous common curriculums over the years, and certain teachers like this one and some like this one and some like that one. And so there was a lot of individual good things going on, but not one collective good thing.
And I think it's so important to say that typically when charter schools have, open, that are a lot of staff from the school system. The staff from the school systems bring the things with them that works for them. So I think one of the first things and most important things to do is to evaluate what is the tool and how are we knowing that everybody's using it, as you've discovered. So, I mean, it's actually amazing to me how many places don't really know how things are building on each other or spiraling as they go up through the grade levels. It's just amazing to me. So, but thank you for that work that you guys did, because it's showing great results. 92% in English too. That's great.
Mm-hmm. What's the turnover of your staff been in recent years?
I will say that last year higher than most years. Not all staff are amenable to being pushed into, consistency, we'll say. But typically at our school, staff turnover is relatively low unless someone is kind of retiring or moving out of the area.
But what's your staff head count?
We have about 82 right now.
And did you find yourself needing to maybe encourage some of them who did leave to find another place of employment? You're being polite? Is that okay?
Some can be coached up, some must be coached out.
Other questions or comments?
This is Rita Hare. And I just want to concur with what I've heard, that they're making great strides. I think some of what happened can occur when a school is 28 years old and maybe probably had retention of teachers, and they did develop their own style. But I just commend you for your use of the data and analyzation of the data, and how you're working that to your advantage and just tracking it so well and so closely. In addition to that, you have over 25 clubs and 5 student organizations. So you're trying, and 10 competitive athletic teams. So I can just see the whole student approach, and interested in a well-rounded student while you push for this academic excellence. And I believe you'll see great success in the years ahead with this plan.
Thank you, Rita. Any other comments? All right, if not, keep up the good work. Look forward to seeing you in the next renewal cycle.
That's next year, so we'll see you soon. Thank you.
Okay, and I'd like to invite Preeminent Charter.
It is afternoon now. So,
Thanks.
yeah.
I was just thinking that.
Actually,
It is afternoon now.
Yeah, so
Good
yeah,
afternoon.
15 minutes.
I'm Terry Getzoff, Preeminent Charter School Board member. Our president, Paulette Jones-Levin, was unable to attend due to, excuse me, I'm a little nervous. Attend due to personal and health matters. She sends her deepest regrets to you all. I am grateful to be here in her stead. A little bit about me is I've been part of Preeminent for 15 years, as a teacher 15 years, and the last 2 years as a board member. I was brought to Preeminent because they have the vision, or they had the vision that all students can learn. And so I'm excited that and feel privileged that I'm still part of that vision. And I love still working with Principal Solomon. I'll leave it to you.
Thank you, Ms. Getzoff, and thank you for being here supporting me. Good afternoon. I get the best time slot today, right before lunch. So my name is Stephanie Solomon, principal at Preeminent Charter School. A little bit of background information on me is I am in year 16 at Preeminent, actually started my teaching career as a 5th grade teacher at Preeminent. And then again, was dealt the lucky hand where I took over as principal in 2020 and led the school through COVID. So I'm just excited to be here with you today. And I hope that at the end of this presentation that you get a glimpse of the hard work that we're doing, but then also understand why my community has voted us for 2 consecutive years as Raleigh's best charter school. So first, the first slide that you're looking at is just a breakdown of my demographics. And so we primarily serve majority African-American students with our second major category of Hispanic. What I really want to draw your attention to this afternoon is that enrollment by subgroup. And so why that is important is because we are serving 87% of our students fall into that economically disadvantaged category. And we all know, being in education, that typically what happens when you have a higher FRL or economically disadvantaged, proficiency typically is lower. And so that rings true with our students at Preeminent. And the other bit of information I want you to keep in mind is that our closest schools, which we are often compared to, their FRL or economically disadvantaged percentage is 65%. And so you can see that we are significantly higher than even our closest schools, which we are compared to. Despite that information, I am happy and proud to share that we do outperform those comparing schools in both reading and science. And then we are lagging behind just slightly in math. And we've honed in on the data to identify that there's 2 grade levels that we got to give some additional supports. So that way we can hopefully at the end of this year report that we are outperforming all of our comparing schools in all subject areas. So moving on to our academic trends, I am happy to report that we are also making steady progress. You can see that we are slowly down in the right-hand corner looking at our achievement performance and our growth. We are steadily making progress year over year. The last 3 years we have met or exceeded growth, and we are looking to, I'm hoping, exceed growth at the end of this year. Some big bright spots that I would like to point out is you can see the progress that we've made in 3rd grade math with a significant gains, and then also 5th grade science. What we have discovered, similar to what's been shared, is my kindergarten 1st and 2nd grade levels are utilizing with fidelity our Bridges math program. And we do think that that is sending students to 3rd grade more confident in the math foundational skills. And so that speaks to that large jump in improvement. The other maybe challenge that you're seeing on this slide might be my middle school ELA classes. And so I can speak to that with last year, my 7th and 8th grade, I had teacher constraints, teacher turnover, some of them pushing out, others just not a good fit for preeminent. But I am happy to report that later on in the presentation, I have some updates where we are trending more in a positive direction. And I do think I have the right people filling those roles that we will be trending upward here at the end of this year. Next, we can look at my subgroup data. So again, I'm proud to speak on that 4 out of the 5 subgroups we've made progress in. The one that we are still working on is my English language learners, that subgroup. I can speak to that as well. So the last 2 years, again, staffing constraints have prohibited us. However, in identifying that, we've also found that there was a opportunity for us to increase the collaboration between my general education teachers as well as my special populations. And so that includes my students with disabilities as well as my English language learners. And so what we have really focused on this year is trying to bridge that gap with communication. So we have created one of our monthly staff meetings. We're referring to it as our student support time. And that is a dedicated staff meeting set aside specifically to focus on these special populations alongside the general education teachers. So for example, at the beginning of the school year, we dedicated this meeting to focusing on student accommodations and modifications in the special ed world along with the English language learners. And so we prioritized getting teachers together and scheduled them with their service providers so we could really look at what the accommodations were supposed to look like in the classroom, out of the classroom, and also looking at does the student need more? Does the student need less? So just fostering an environment where those conversations can happen. Prevention Assistance Team, or MTSS process. And so we've also used this student support time to offer additional professional development to all of our teachers because we found that we were struggling in the area of child find. And so the specific area was teachers unsure how to collect data and exactly what information our school psychologists were going to need in order to make that determination if students need to move from intervention to special education. And then lastly, we're also trying to bring in our student intervention services into this student support meeting because we have a lot of students that are in the intervention program. And so really just trying to, again, bring that data in front of teachers so we can make good student decisions, meaning does the student need to stay in those intervention services? Are the intervention services working? Or is that student ready to be pulled out of those intervention services so they can get direct small instruction from the classroom teacher that's grade level specific and going to help them with their proficiency on the EOG? Which then takes me to where are we headed? Okay, so that's kind of the backstory. And so where are we going? So this slide really shows each grade level has skin in the game for us. So each grade level has been given their proficiencies of what they are trying to perform at the end of the year. And then the end goal is we are striving to become a C, again, very, very close. We always want to meet and exceed growth. That's nothing new for us. The other key point on this slide is you can see where it says Glint as a score of 80. That is related to my staff survey. So what I have found going through COVID and trying to stabilize preeminent is that I cannot do this work without great people and without great educators. And so that Glint score, our goal is to get an overall staff engagement score of 80 because we've worked very, very hard on trying to meet staff needs. And I can't educate students the way that we need to educate students without having a great staff. So that's where we're moving towards success. And Now let's get to the current progress. So this is a slide that kind of gets more into the nitty gritty of where we are currently performing. So in the upper part of the slide, you can see I wanted to make sure that I included my kindergarten first and second grade data because those are the foundational skills. And what I've emphasized to my staff is that I need a strong kindergarten first and second so that we are sending students to third grade prepared and ready for that instruction. And so you can see that we're trending up in my K2 hallway in both my numeracy assessments and my early literacy. And so kindergarten first and second also understands their part in all of this once we get to grades 3 through 8. And then what I have is in the middle of the slide is some updated check-in scores. I was hoping I was going to be able to get you check-in 2 information, but those snow days impacted our testing window. I do have some that I can report out, but these were just some highlights from check-in 1 that I wanted to share. And this is just matching cohort to cohort, meaning for the check-in 1 back in 23-24, my 8th grade ELA, that would have been where they were performing as 7th graders in ELA. And you can see they were at 34% at the beginning of last year. And now in 8th grade, they scored a 54% on that first check-in. And then I also put in 5th grade math because that was also a red flag on one of my earlier slides. And so you can see that they are also trending up. And I also contribute that to we utilized our grant money and we developed an academic specialist position. And that person is specific to math instruction. And so they are servicing students in grade levels 2 through 7 to try to try to increase our math performance across the building. Okay. Now the last four bullets, those are some other buckets that we have also spent a lot of time and resources in. And so you can see the first bullet really just speaks on, I have over 50% of my students. I think they are opportunities. So those are students that have the opportunity where if we give them the right supports and we focus on them, they have the potential of reaching proficiency this school year. Next is we've spent a lot of time coming back from COVID talking about student behavior. And so I'm happy to report today that we have nearly cut our suspension rate in half when we look at it right today's last year to date. And then chronic absenteeism has also been on the rise for us since returning from COVID. I have held 30 attendance corrective action meetings with parents, with some more unfortunately still to schedule. But that takes me to the last bullet. And this shows you the true impact by also focusing heavily on attendance is we've had an attendance challenge going since January 6th, once we returned back from winter break, and we have surpassed our school attendance goal for 5 straight weeks. Now, a little bit of more context about that is this is for our charter management company, National Heritage Academies, and there's 100 schools in this charter management company. For us to do this for 5 straight weeks, we are only 1 in 3 schools that have accomplished that. And so we're really making some great work and trying to emphasize to parents the importance of students being at school and how that impacts their data. And lastly, to wrap, these are just some other things that we have spent time around the building. We've focused heavily, as I mentioned, on our intervention assistance team or our MTSS process. And what we have done is we've actually included our school psychologists in these initial meetings with students. And so this is a monthly meeting that my Dean of Intervention runs alongside our school psychologist. We bring the classroom teacher in along with the dean over that grade level. And this is where they talk about specific students, the strengths, the weaknesses, and they dwindle it down to focus on one goal for that student and then how exactly that teacher needs to provide those services. And then also the data collection. And this has really changed the tide. So that way, by the end of the year, we look at maybe students that aren't making enough progress, and it helps us to determine where we need to go with that student. So we're preventing students from falling through the cracks year after year. That leads me to my special education department, which you saw that subgroup has made progress last year. And I contribute that to my Dean of Special Education, has created this growth party incentive in the spring for her special education department. What this does is it allows my special education teachers, or it forces them to progress monitor consistently so that they are looking at data, they are tracking. And what we know is students with disabilities, typically their growth can be a little bit slower than typical students, but this is a celebration point. So if they're going to their resource or they're working in their special education class, if they are making progress on those IEP goals, we know in turn that that should eventually help them make progress in the gen ed classroom. And so we're celebrating them. And so we did this last year. We've invited parents. We had an assembly. Kids were excited. I had parents crying because this was their moment to shine, because a lot of those parents don't get to see those kids get certificates and awards. And so this is something that we have added and will be happening at the end of April again to celebrate those students. And that has given us some great momentum. We also had Megan and her team come in November, and they did observations like Ms. Nikki shared, and we got some great feedback from them. And so in January and February, we have been working hard with our staff on increasing our student engagement as well as our instructional rigor. So we did a professional development for teachers when they came back from winter break, really focused on math instruction. And then during a teacher workday in February, I led my staff through a training more focused on reading. And so now what we're doing is we're challenging the teachers to take some of those strategies that are going to help with engagement, but also help increase rigor using our curricular tools. And so I think in the end, what you can see is first, it started with my parents. My parents nominated us for this Raleigh's Best contest. They voted for us and they view us as Raleigh's Best. Over the last couple of years, I've taken that and I've been able to now get my staff to believe that this is who we are and this is what we do at Preeminent, and we work hard to grow kids. And now what I'm seeing this year is my kids and my students are starting to believe that. So I see great progress after check-in 2, and I see students more into talking about their own data and their performance. And I hope you guys can see the amazing work that we're doing and why my community voted us 2 consecutive years as Raleigh's Best. Thank you for having me today.
Thank you for that presentation. Questions for Preeminent or comments?
Bruce, this is Rita Hare. I'm not able to really view the gallery, but are there other representatives from the school there today?
No, I think just the 2 that we've heard from.
Okay, and that was Ms. Solomon, the principal, speaking.
Yes, I do have my director here, but we do apologize for that. We were told that we were only allowed to bring 2 people for today.
Okay. I appreciate, I heard a lot of good things, but also the fact that you gave commendations to your staff and acknowledged that one person can't manage all of this, but that it takes a really strong team. And I just encourage you to continue with that mindset. Very inclusive of everyone. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Rita. Anyone else have any questions or comments? All right, well, hearing none. Thank you for the good work and keep it up, and we'll look forward to seeing you during renewal.
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay, let's adjust the agenda a little bit here. We're behind by about 30 minutes, I guess. And we have left this afternoon 2 remote academy application amendments. And then we also have the process of reviewing the first 6 sections of the future application, charter application. I assume lunch is here. Is that correct? Okay. All right. Why don't we, if it's okay with the board members, could we cut lunch short just a little bit and maybe reconvene at say 1:15? Gives everyone 45 minutes. You want to do 1 o'clock? Yeah, 1 o'clock. All right, let's do 1 o'clock. We're gonna take a 30-minute lunch break for those online, and we will be back at 1 o'clock. Thank you. All right, good afternoon, and we're going to reconvene the March 10th meeting of the Charter School Review Board. We do have a couple of amendment requests from some schools to be able to add remote academies, and we're going to review those. But before we do that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Walker, who is going to be able to officially swear in our 2 new members of the Charter School Review Board.
All right, so it's good to have y'all on. So if you want to, I know Lynn's got her Bible pulled up on her phone. It kind of, the information we needed came in during the meeting, so that she could be sworn in so that she could vote. And Mr. Wall also can be sworn in. He doesn't have to go through the ethics standards as a non-voting member. So if you will, just put your right hand on the Bible. No, your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand. I state your name. Do solemnly and sincerely swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States. That I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the state of North Carolina. And to the constitutional powers and authorities which are or may be established for the government thereof. For the government thereof. Some long clauses here. And that I will endeavor to support, maintain, and defend the Constitution of said state, not inconsistent with the Constitution of the United States, to the best of my knowledge and ability, so help me God. All right, you're official.
Congratulations.
Well done on the memory.
Yes. I was sitting here thinking, doggone, I'm glad he went out. See me say.
I learned to shorten it up about halfway through. Should have just let y'all have it pulled up in front of you too, that we feel.
Right there. All right,
All right.
ready to begin. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Julie Wetzel again with the Office of Charter Schools. This afternoon, we have 2 schools that are requesting amendments to their charter to add remote charter academies. Legislation was passed in 2023 that allows currently operating charter schools to add a remote charter academy. The process will go as follows. They have an opportunity to make a presentation for about 10 minutes. You will discuss the application presentation for up to 15 minutes. There'll be a closing statement that the applicant can provide, and then a CSERB deliberation and vote that will take about 10 minutes. So we've allowed 10 minutes for. Our first applicant is ArtSpace Charter School. So I'm going to invite Dr. Serena Fuller and her staff up to share information about her proposed Remote Charter Academy.
Good afternoon, board. We are from Asheville and it's after lunch, so I thought the best way to get us engaged is either a drum circle or an interpretive dance. Unfortunately, with the microphone being right here, it doesn't travel quite so easily. More than most, the people in this room, charter leaders, charter advocates, know that charter schools were established to cultivate innovation and to have the flexibility and autonomy that we need to adapt to the needs of our community. And so that's why we're here with you today, to seek your approval for our charter amendment for Remote Academy. My team joining me today is Miss Edie. She is our elementary director. Miss Leela is our school improvement team chair. Mr. Lucas, our IT specialist, and board members online. I'm Serena Fuller from ArtSpace in Swannanoa. You're familiar with us at ArtSpace because just last month you voted to grant us a 10-year charter renewal. Thank you for that, by the way. We've enjoyed it. Our school was established in 2001. In 2022 and in 23, we were ESEA National Distinguished Schools. We have a track record of success, great culture in our school, and an engaged community. And it's with that in mind that we're presenting to you Spark Learning Center. The keyword there is Spark, and we wanted it to have a different name because it is a separate cohort program, but also because Spark is important to us. One of our founding members wrote on a napkin in a restaurant when this idea was hatched for a school back in 2000 that art space was to be audacious and bold and to spark a joy of learning. And we've taken that to heart and we carry that forward. And we also hope that a spark of energy is what people feel in our hallways. It is because of that track record and our community engagement that we feel compelled to expand our programming, responding to needs in our community. So what is Spark? Just the basics. It is a FACE virtual remote program. It is regional, specific to Buncombe County and the contiguous counties for grades 6 through 8. Slated to open in the fall of 2026. We are planning a planning year for the next school year, so not opening until the fall of 26. We have year one, 75 students, that's 25 per grade level, then increasing to 105 students in year 3, again, a separate cohort model. In true teacher fashion, we have made Spark an acrostic to deliver the key components of the program. And because we're not doing interpretive dance, I'm just going to show you sweet pictures of children as I go over these components. The first is student-centered flexibility. As we were discussing this program and this expansion with our staff, every single staff person came around to it and they said, oh, this student by name, named a student and said this program would have helped this student. Oh, this student. Everybody had a name that came to mind. Because since the pandemic, we have had over 60 students withdraw from our programs in pursuit of a more flexible program, either homeschooling, virtual school, or unschooling. As you've seen in our packet, Buncombe County has a high number of students who are in the homeschool or unschool model. That will also be a part of our targeted demographic. So with that, purposeful program design will allow us to meet students where they are and help them. It is FACE virtual. So a key part of this is that for some students, they might be on campus once a week, some students twice a week for partial days. I encourage you to look at the sample schedules. In our remote learning plan, those 2 schedules show you the experience of 2 different students. One is a student who needs more help, so their on-campus time is a little bit more. Other students might need to book in their week, maybe be on campus for a half day on Monday and Friday to get the extra support they need. We can do that because we've designed the program intentionally so that there are live blocks of instruction and there are asynchronous work blocks, independent work time. That allows the staff to have the flexibility to work with students and to plan. It will be a separate teaching staff as it is a separate cohort model. Can we go forward one? The A is arts integration. That's the core of what we do at ArtSpace Charter School. And we can do arts integration in a virtual environment. And if you're not familiar with arts integration as an instructional pedagogy, just to say that it's not arts and crafts and it's not performing arts, it is the intentional interdisciplinary study of the academics through the arts. One of my favorite examples is a first grade study of community. That's one of the standards. First graders learn about community. A lot of times teachers will bring in the fire truck or bring in guest speakers from the community, and that's great. We're also going to have students compare and contrast the work of Norman Rockwell and Diego Rivera and their depictions of community. And while this isn't a first grade program, it's a middle school program, things like that can bring students into the academic content in a non-threatening natural access point. The art on your screen there is a 6th grade study in math. It's working Kandinsky's concentric circles and an analysis of the number system. Responsive support systems. Through the years, ArtSpace has dedicated a lot of our program energy and our budget to building our support system. Our support system now, we have 5 EC teachers. Each EC teacher has a caseload between 8 and 13 students. We have 2 counselors, a full-time behavior specialist, and interventionist. We feel confident that that staffing structure will carry over and support the first 2 years of Spark. And as that program grows, so can the staff to support our students. One thing that is critical in our student support handbook is all students are the responsibility of all staff at ArtSpace, and it will be at Spark as well. And for kinship and community, I want to turn it over to Miss Edie. This is a passion point for hers, and would add that Miss Edie also has the Distinguished Leadership Training in Remote Learning Centers.
Hello, I'm super excited to talk about kinship and community, and I have written something because I'm not so great at extemporaneous speaking. We all know that students learn best when they have a strong sense of belonging, purpose, and respect. We learned just how important human connectivity is during the pandemic. Consequently, one key component of our Spark Learning Center will be an emphasis on kinship and community. The concept of kinship encompasses not just relationships between members of our larger school community. It also references commitment to student engagement in place-based regional studies and kinship to the land. We live in one of the most biodiverse and amazing places in the world, and we want our students to understand that. Students will explore the intersection of natural and cultural history within our Southern Appalachian Mountains and design purposeful service learning projects in fields such as sustainability and environmental studies.
And I just threw some quotes on there from people that are from stakeholders involved with us. And I particularly want to draw your attention to our A+ network liaison. That's the quote right there in the middle. We are a member of the A+ schools. The A+ liaison visits us annually. And his assessment is that if the charter program was meant to be a catalyst for innovation and education, then at least in the case of ArtSpace Charter School, I believe that it is working. And so that's what we're coming to you today with, is another form of innovation, a FACE virtual program that does not exist in our area, that 40% of our families are interested in exploring more, that there is an untapped homeschool, unschool demographic in the Buncombe County area that we can meet. And doing a FACE virtual program allows us to take the innovations that we've learned from that have been successful for us and bring more students in a flexible way that meets their needs. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. I'll start if that's okay. I got lots of questions. Your current school is K-12? K-8?
Current school's K-8.
K-8. Thoughts down the road about maybe dropping the grade the down to the K through 5 for the blended option, or not really thinking about that at this time?
Right now, we wanted to see that this model could be successful from a resource and staffing perspective at 6-8. We found that to be the most natural entry point. There is interest in taking a blended model down further. We were successful during the pandemic with doing that in grades K through 5. Particularly in K1 during the pandemic, we had a Sesame Street-like show that our teachers fully produced with puppets and green screen. And we put that show out to air twice a week. So we know we have the talent and ability to reach elementary. We wanted to start with 6-8 first.
And the teachers that would work, I'm going to use the word blended because I really don't like the term FACE virtual. For the blended program, are the teachers that are teaching the blended program solely dedicated to those students, or will they also have responsibilities to teach your traditional brick and mortar students?
Hi, I'm Leila Wheelis, and I'll take that question. Right now, the idea is to hire a staff dedicated to Spark. The teachers that we have currently love what they do. They'll continue to teach at ArtSpace. If there are some who want to switch and try out for a position at Spark, that would be something we would entertain. But we absolutely plan on hiring a separate staff who is dedicated to that particular mode.
And will the curriculum at Spark align with or be comparable to what you're doing in the traditional classroom as well?
It certainly would. And we always follow the standard course of study. We deliver it with a special methodology that is arts integration. This would have an extra component of teaching students through, a computer interface, but absolutely we would continue to deliver the same standards.
If you find yourself in the position where you have greater demand than what you put in the chart here, do you have the capacity to serve that, not only from a staffing perspective, but facilities perspective too, right? Because you're having to dedicate, I'm assuming, a certain part of your real estate to the blended students. Is there room within your current facility to grow if needed?
Yes, there is. So to the first question, if we were to have more interest than we're anticipating, we would want to hold year one as we've planned at 75 students, still doing a lottery. And then we would reevaluate our growth plan in subsequent years if we have consistently high interest. Facilities, yes, we have an adjacent parcel of land that recently became available to us that we are looking to develop just for this program.
Other questions?
I do have a question. Will your technical support be in-house?
This is our technical.
Hi, I'm technical.
On the spot?
On the spot, I am that technical support. Currently, I serve in person for the 400 students that ArtSpace has. And with our current knowledge base and ticketing system, we've got the ability to expand indefinitely.
So there's, as part of the legislation, there's 4 positions you have to have, or at least people in place to serve the remote academy. They can serve dual roles, or all of those folks like the technical support, data manager, media specialist. I assume you're tapping into individuals who already do that work for the brick and mortar, because I didn't see all this specifically lined up in the budget unless I missed it.
They were not in the budget. There is a section in the remote learning plan for staff narrative. We did do a work analysis on the staff that we currently have, including Mr. Lucas for IT support. Our media specialist is currently part-time. We would be moving her to full-time to cover that need. And our data manager can additionally handle this as well. The digital learning facilitator by design will be the program coordinator. So that program coordinator would be someone that we are hiring for and specifically recruiting with the skills to lead a remote learning academy.
And curriculum is all curriculum you're designing specifically for this.
Correct, for the record.
Other questions?
This is Rita Hare. I have a question about your facility. In your, I guess this is your program or your teaching plan under Roman numeral 3, you mentioned the facilities and that you have in your budget the funds to allow you to have a separate Spark facility, and you describe what it will include. So I think you said your opening is 2026 and you anticipate this purchase happening and this facility being constructed and having this separate facility upon opening.
That would be ideal. We also recognize that's pushing it a little bit. We do have a plan B. We have 2 flexible use spaces in our current facility, 2 flexible classrooms that are used for breakouts. That would be our plan B should that opening of the new facility be delayed.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions or comments? I'll just comment. I think from personal experiencing, having just opened a remote academy, I think the plan to wait a year of planning is, while you don't have to do that, I think that's a smart move on your part. Just personal opinion. That's all. I also think that I think you're going to tap into a real demand for what you're having to offer here. I can only go from my experience as my own. I tap into a lot of students who are in the blended program for the very reasons you mentioned, the flexibility. They're pursuing careers in art and athletics and performing arts. And so this is a really nice option to provide them for their families. I guess my only, it's not a caution, it's probably something that you know, is making sure that when you talk about tapping into the homeschool community, that they truly understand what this is. They are enrolling in a public school. There are requirements that they have to participate in that are different than when you choose to homeschool your child. They'll probably be, I'm sure they'll be successful, but just making sure the parents understand that this is there's a little bit higher level of accountability and requirements and that perhaps that they're accustomed to. So. Any other comments or questions? We have 5 minutes for a closing statement if you would like.
Hi, I get to take that part on. Thank you so much for having us today, and it's an honor to be here. So we find ourselves here today trying to describe to you what we do without you're being able to see it for yourself. And from your perspective, that's a little bit like having a meal described to you instead of eating it. But let me illustrate who ArtSpace is this way. A couple of weeks ago, the North Carolina Principal of the Year, Teacher of the Year, and Charter School Teacher of the Year came to visit us. And the word these North Carolina star teachers and leaders used to describe what they saw was magical. If you picture in your mind for a moment the best teacher you ever had, the one who changed your view of yourself and of the world, I hope you had that. I did many times. If you picture that person and let yourself feel the impact that that teacher had on you from that bond, then you get an idea of the relations that our faculty have with our students from kindergarten all the way through 8th grade. And I think it's where most of that magic comes from. And if you understand that, then you understand why we know we are a school that can make this kind of remote learning work in the best way possible through these real relationships. During the pandemic, we sort of did a test run, didn't we? Teachers did the educational version of a quarterback scramble. We had not foreseen a need for the technological infrastructure that would support that kind of remote learning. And our faculty had no experience with this kind of interaction. We were flying by the seat of our pants and it was terrifying. But at ArtSpace, the students did respond to what we were doing. And even our test scores held out remarkably steady during this time. And that was because of relationships. Relationships that also had the agility to adapt very quickly when things did go wrong. And sometimes things will go wrong. Now in 2025, it isn't our first rodeo. With Spark, we've got the ability to create, plan, schedule, solve, adapt, all with intentionality and foresight in a calm setting. We can hire faculty specifically suited to those goals, as we were just saying, people who want to teach this way and want to connect to students this way by building meaningful relationships, but doing it through a different mode. Our closing argument is this: ArtSpace has a powerful mission, the total dedication to that mission by all of its faculty, the expertise to execute this mission, and the sincere, profound desire to recapture this vulnerable population of students and families. We hope very much that you will entrust us with the chance to do real good for these families with Spark. Thank you.
Thank you for that. CSRB members, it's now our time to deliberate. Any questions or thoughts that might be on your mind?
Bruce, this is Rita Hare. I see that ArtSpace is a PACE school. Are there other PACE schools in North Carolina?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, I just wondered how PACE is supporting this endeavor. The connection there between their founding organization or supporting organization and this new remote endeavor.
Do you want to address that?
Sure. PACE is our governing board. They've been up to speed across the way and fully supportive. We would have more members here today, but Asheville's a pretty far cry for them. But they have been very supportive, and you'll see that noted in our January board minutes, which are on our website linked. And they've been instrumental and fully supportive all along the way.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And just a reminder too, for what it's worth, just remember when a remote academy is approved, it's not its own charter. It's approved as its own school number under the existing nonprofit board. For now.
I mean, just thinking of the things that are happening at that school already, it's hard to say no to someone that wants to continue to be innovative. So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion that we accept this charter academy.
So we have a motion to approve the amendment request.
Rita Hare, I'll second.
Second, any discussion? I just want to add again, I think you guys are poised to do a good job, and I really do appreciate the fact you're going to even take a year of planning. You don't have to do that, but I think that will probably make the program even have a more likelihood to have a successful launch. Yeah. Any other questions, comments? All right, hearing none, Ashley, roll call vote. The motion is to approve the Remote Academy amendment.
All right, Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approved.
Todd Godby, Eric Sanchez. He might be gone. Bart Danielson,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
John Eldridge,
Aye.
Linda Lynn Kakadillis. Aye. Alex Quigley.
Aye.
All right, that passes, and we will send you out some approval information for you.
And congratulations.
All right, our next Remote Charter Academy applicant is Wilson Preparatory Academy, so I'd like to invite them up to present.
Good afternoon. And again, you have
Good afternoon.
10 minutes for your opening presentation.
Thank you so much. First of all, I want to thank you all for what you're doing and across the state and to help the young people get a good education through charter schools. So we want to thank you for that. I want to introduce myself. My name is Daryl Woodard. I'm the head of school here at Wilson Preparatory Academy. This is Dr. Shawan B. Woodard. She's associate head. And then also we have Lisa P. Gill. She'll be presenting today for a brief moment. Edgar Cheek, who's also the treasurer of the Wilson Preparatory Academy Board. We have Melvin Gill. He'll be making a presentation about the finances. We have Ms. Renee Smith. She's also our secretary at Wilson Preparatory Academy. We have Dr. Parker, who is also our vice chair. And also did I miss somebody? Oh, and most definitely Pastor David Barnes, who's recently married, just came off a cruise. So we're so glad to have him. All right. So real quickly, I want to go over this information real quickly. This is our Wilson Preparatory Remote Academy presentation. And then this will be our agenda for today. So you can look at this in the different slides that we have. We will start on the next slide. I want to give you a little background. When we got started back and got approved by the State Board of Education, we were the first charter school in Wilson, North Carolina to be a K-12 blended learning charter school. And so this is our 11th year. Let's go to the next one. If you see here, one thing that was important to us when we started is that we would be an accredited charter school. Being Cognia, formerly Advanced Ed, accredited charter school in Wilson was very important to us. So therefore, we not only just wanted to be a charter school, but we wanted to be recognized around the world. And so that is if you've been through it, it's a rigorous process, but we are very proud of that. And recently, last year, we got renewed to be an accredited charter school again for the next 5 years. Also, which was important to us, is that we wanted to show that we can not only help the kids and just be at our school, but we wanted to make sure that they learn. So this past year, for the 23-24 school year, we were recognized for being in the top 20% in academic growth. And now in our 11th year, we've never been a low-performing school. And one thing that was very, very important to us is that we've had a 100% graduation rate every year that we've been able to do it, other than one, and it was because one went to a charter school, not sorry, charter school, but went to Wilson Community College, and then we didn't have an agreement. But we've had a 100% graduation rate, and we're very, very proud of that. And that's a certificate that you have. We also a Beta Club School of Distinction, and also one of the best high schools recognized by U.S. News and World Report. Also, if you see the graduation successes that we've had kids that have graduated from Wilson Preparatory Academy that have gone on to Ivy League schools and also gone to Duke University and done well, including going into the military. And so we're very, very excited about giving our young people that want to be online to pursue things, and we're going to go deep into that in a few minutes. Next slide, please. Okay, also, we've been very successful in athletics. And one thing that we believe in giving kids options, this is one thing that we believe in as well. We've won the state championship in basketball in 21, 23, and 24. We didn't have a chance to go this year, but we're trying to go back again next year. We've gone to the 4th round of the playoffs this past year in football. Baseball went to the 3rd round. We had a young man that had the highest batting average and is recorded with the North Carolina High School Athletic Association. And we, as you see, and I'm not going to bore you with these, but we want to excel not only in the classroom and athletics in all facets of our young people's lives. Now, let's go to the next one. This is very important. Why does Wilson Prep need a remote charter academy? A recent study revealed since 2000, the online education industry has grown in excess of 900%, and its users are projected to reach 958.4 million students by 2028. At Wilson Preparatory Academy, a significant amount of parents and scholars inquire about remote learning as an option. Since 2022, parents have transferred their students and children to schools offering remote learning. Wilson Preparatory Academy personalized the remote learning program will enhance the student learning process, and by increasing their understanding and application, which results in the remote learning experience being more effective and welcomed by the students. Our world is digitalized, and Wilson Prep will equip with enhanced technology infrastructure. And over the years, Wilson Prep recognized the innovative utilization of technology will shape the future of education and immediately embrace providing digital accessibility and customization to the students while managing the overall cost of preparing our students for the digital world. And again, we have experience. That was one thing that Mr. Friend was talking about. We have experience with blended learning and remote. And when the pandemic hit, we were prepared. Because we were approved already to be a charter school that had that. So when we heard that all the schools were closing down, all our kids at our school at that particular time were prepared with Chromebooks. The teachers were prepared, and we never skipped a beat. The infrastructure, which is very important. What would be ours would be a full-time remote learning. And so we will be using Infinite Campus, and we will have synchronous and we will have asynchronous learning going on. And this is what we do when snow hits. If we have a snow day or whatever, our teachers, our scholars, our parents, they're all prepared. And so we have 11 years of experience doing remote, not just doing snow days, but throughout our whole educational experience. We will ensure seamless communications and effective content delivery. We will provide regular training sessions for not only our teachers, but for our parents, and we have those infrastructures already in place. And then the student progress will be assessed through formative and summative assessments, and you will see this on the next page. These are the platforms that we use, and they're already in place. They're already digital, and you can get it online. And I'm not going to bore you with this because you can see this, but these are free. And then one of the main ones that we use is the DPI support tool, unpacking documents. We have noticed that that has been very, very successful in showing success for our kids. But a lot of these programs that you have are already free to the public, but also there's some that we do pay for to make sure that our scholars are getting the best and research-based evidence that we have. NWEA is something that is recognized by the State Board of Education as a platform outside of the EOGs and EOCs, and we do that 3 times a year. And all of the things that you see here on this particular one will be used for our K-12 platforms for our wonderful scholars. What is the projected enrollment? Year 1 through 5. One of the questions came up previously. Are we going to just do a certain age group? Are we going to do a certain, grade level? We're going to do K through 12. And these are our projections for the year, for the next 5 years. 100 for the first year, 115, 135, 150, and 165 for our last year of the 5 years. Lastly, remote learning success. When COVID hit, as I mentioned earlier, we were very, very prepared for this, and we will continue to be. And that's why we decided not to do a planning year, because we've been doing this for the past 11 years. Chromebooks are ready. Staff is ready. We are ready. And so we are very, very excited to do the Wilson Preparatory Remote Academy. Next, I will have Mr. Melvin Gill, who will go over in detail about the team and the financial part. Mr. Gill.
Just the time check, you have 2 minutes.
Sorry.
You have 2 minutes.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa P. Gill. I am the owner of Lisa P. Gill CPA PC, and Melvin Gill will follow me. I just want to share about the team, the lineup, which Wilson Preparatory Academy has been very intentional with. So the lineup is Wilson Preparatory Academy Head School. We're managing approval of the accounting and finance activities. Wilson Preparatory Academy Administrators submits all the approvals and the receipts and documents for the deposits and the expenditures. Charter School Success Partners. They perform the accounting, payroll, financial reporting, school information and reporting, Lisa P. Gill, CPA, PC. We serve as the accounting and financial consultant. Rebecca Barr, CPA, PC, then comes and performs the annual CPA audits, and the board treasurer oversees the accounting and financial operations. So the strength of that team is where you develop and continue to enhance strong and effective systems of internal accounting, internal controls and accountability. And this has been since inception, where we've, the outsourcing of these processing, recording, and reconciliation of the accounting and financial activities and transactions has happened. Also, the processing and recording of the reconciliation of the payroll. And the board treasurer and/or Lisa P. Gill, CPA, PC, is in attendance at each board monthly meeting, presenting the financial results. Highlights of the team: timely financial reporting each month with the annual CPA audit, and preparation, approval, and monthly monitoring and presentation of the annual operating budget to include the variance analysis. Thank you, Melvin.
Good afternoon. In the sake of time, I'll be very quick here. Financial management of the school is critical, especially as the school brings in another program, and just to measure the cost of the program. And we have gone through the details of that. We do have some history here as far as the audit. Lisa P. Gill CPA has been connected with the school since day one, and now they're in their 11th year. And there have been progressive positive cash flows since day one. And the next page, the page you're on now, based on the enrollment numbers, we have gone through to identify state and local funds that we receive as it relates to the salaries and benefits, and the cost of staff, the benefits, and the Chromebooks, and the various development, curriculum, and testing that must be done for the scholars in order for them to be a success.
All right, thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
CSRB members, this is our time for questions.
I do have a question. What is the relationship of the two Gills
We are husband and wife.
and your firm?
We are the owner of Lisa Pigil.
And you're not on the board, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay. But your husband is?
No.
Neither one?
Neither one of us on the board.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you for that information. Just a couple questions I have. First of all, the 100 students divided over 12 grades, and I saw it looks like you're anywhere between 6 students at a grade level up to 9 in high school. So very small numbers in terms of per grade. In your budget, you have 5 core teachers, 3 elective teachers. How are you teaching 100 students across 12 grades with eight teachers?
Right. So we already have teachers that are trained. We're going to have the current teachers, because as you saw, we're going to have synchronous and asynchronous learning. And so we're going to use existing teachers plus hire additional teachers to help us with this population. So they've already been trained. They know what to do. So when the kids enroll into Wilson Prep, if they're on that grade level, the teachers that we already have, and then the additional teachers that we hire through the funds will do it at the same time.
So if I'm teaching social studies at your school right now, I've got my caseload of students that come to my class every single day, or maybe every other day from your block schedule or whatever, So my blended student, or my fully virtual students will be in addition to those students.
That's exactly right.
When am I finding time in my day to deliver synchronous?
That's why we have the numbers that we have, because it's going to be just like when we do our enrollment in the beginning of the year, we assign each class a certain amount of kids. So one teacher may only have 20. The other one may have 15 and another one may have. So what we'll determine on who would be that teacher on that grade level that would be responsible for the additional 5 to 7 kids.
So is that sort of an additional prep then? I mean, am I teaching the virtual students when I'm live with my virtual students? Are they being simultaneously?
That's right. And if you see in our presentation, we're going to use Zoom for the ones that are doing the synchronous, and then also they'll have a chance to do their work online, virtually, independently when they're doing the asynchronous.
What's the rationale for going statewide?
Well,
where do you see where do you see your initial 100 students coming from?
Well, you believe it or not, because of our success that we've had academically, athletically, and just holistically, people call us from all over. And we have kids that come from Raleigh every day. We have kids that come, within a 100-mile radius to come to our school. And so this would be a blessing to a lot of people that are trying to attend a school that's accredited and have the reputation of having academic success.
But are you purposefully marketing it to just your current population or in your general area, or are you?
We're doing it as, particularly where we are, but we're not going to close out. So in other words, we have a regional area that people already know. But if somebody knew someone, like if you had a friend that had, said, listen, I want to have an online option, this would give them an opportunity to be, participating in our school.
Other questions?
Bruce, this is Rita Hare. Just and on piggyback of what you're asking about the teaching staff and that kind of thing. In the budget, the budget is really barely covering all the cost of the remote academy, and that's without any money for the facility or facility itself, which I guess is not necessary. So there's the personnel cost alone ranges from 87 to 90% of their budget for personnel. And it's not that salaries are that high, it's just that they have that many for 100 students. And in year 2, 115 students. And so I looked at about 12 different budgets, and it doesn't come close to that percent for the personnel. So I really have concerns as to how this is going to work out for them. In addition to the 4 requirements for the staff that's required for remote academy, I'm assuming that's going to come from their current staff. Just anything to help understand that would be good.
Yeah, you are correct, and I'm glad you brought that up. We have a current staff already that have already said they want to be a part of this. So it's not just that we're relying on the extra funds that's coming here. We have staff that's already in place that we have that can go and communicate with the parents in regards to Chromebooks distribution, and we have an infrastructure that's already in place. So as Mr. Fran was just talking about, we're going to have all of these things already in place for the scholars and also for the community at large. So facilities we don't have to worry about, infrastructure we don't have to worry about because of the 11-year history that we have. So the extra people that we have would be in addition to what we currently have to educate the kids.
Where I'm not seeing in the budget, and maybe I might just be missing it. So I'm not seeing in the budget though, like you've got to equip these 100 scholars with Chromebooks,
right,
with internet access. I'm not seeing any of that captured in this budget.
So, and very good question. So we already have a pool and already have Chromebooks in-house now, ready to go. So we don't have to use that in place because we were approved as it. And then right here is on page year one, we had $23,000 allocated, 25,000 the next year, 27, 29, and $31,000. So with the Chromebooks that we currently have, and then on if you look in there where it says Chromebooks and hardware, we have additional funds as well.
I think I put a picture in my head together of what I think what's going on here. So let's say your average class sizes right now. What are your average class sizes?
About 20, about 18 to 20.
So where there's fewer kids assigned, what you're planning on doing, like say kindergarten, one teacher may have 20 kids, the other one might have 13, and they're going to pick up the kids that are no stipend for that because they're getting the same amount. They're teaching the same amount of students as the other teacher is doing. Okay. And then you have a pool of Chromebooks because as a remote academy already, you have to have some of the backup. So you're using your backup equipment.
Exactly right.
That's going to require, you'll probably need to get some more computers to fulfill the missing pieces, right?
Right. And that's where the
and that's at 25, 26, whatever the $1,000 you said was to purchase those. For some reason, I'm just looking at some of the feedback you got when the people read your application. It says that the application states this will be a face virtual, but it doesn't sound like there's any face to face.
We changed that. I don't know if that was presented to you all, but we changed it to that it would be fully virtual.
So there's no need for facilities here anyway, because the kids are going to be doing everything from home.
Exactly right.
All right. And this is just me thinking down the road because you guys, you beat us up one year. I was at Cham Charter.
Oh, but don't do that to me.
Yeah. So I'm not going to hold that against you. I'm not going to have to recuse myself. But you guys are a successful program. So when I think about what's going on with the athletic, are any of these students going to be allowed to participate in athletics?
Most definitely. But they had to be within the 25-mile radius. So
that and how are you measuring seat time and things like that? Just making sure that you've got that built into your, because people are going to start to, hey, we got this remote.
Right.
This 6'8".
Right.
This is a virtual guy. So I'm just saying, make sure you got your ducks in a row, how you're monitoring seat time, attendance.
Yes.
Because if they can't beat you on the floor, they're going to beat you.
Most definitely. And one good thing about this, and one reason we're doing the K through 12, we know that a kindergartner can't be 6'8" play on the basketball court. So most definitely, yes.
Talk to me a little bit of how you will do state mandated testing for students who are not geographically close to your.
Well, as the state mandates, I mean, they can't do that first. They would have to come into the building and actually do it. So only just doing the state test, unless something has changed in the past couple of years, they would have to come into the building and do the state test. Outside of that, because like you said earlier, it's different for homeschool. This is a public school, public charter school, and we have to be, unless there's a waiver or something that I'm not aware of, but until that has changed, they would have to come into the building and actually take the state test.
Yeah, I think that's something to think about. The answer is yes and no. You can go to them as well.
Okay, well, yeah, okay.
But you just have to really, again, it goes back to my question of I'm trying to understand why you wouldn't focus on a much more regional based approach. I understand that, I might have a friend that lives in Apex and you're a quality school and they want to come to you, but you're going to have to, if you grow big, you're going to have the bandwidth to support these students and families who are not within an hour's drive of your campus, and testing is a big part of it.
Well, and that's part of our introduction to people that are trying to sign up for the kids or sign up for our school. If it's not a fit, we're not going to accept them. If somebody's in Asheville and wants to come to Wilson Prep and be part of this, they have to understand the responsibilities. And so it has to be a mutual agreement and understanding that if you do sign up for this remote academy, you have these responsibilities. And if you can't do it, then this is not the school for you. This is not the remote, academy for you at this particular time. Now, one thing we did put, if you look in our budget, we did emphasize that most of our local funds will be coming from Wilson County. Okay, so we did think about that process and we did it, but we didn't want to exclude somebody that lived in Wake County or Nash County and surrounding counties of Wilson or Greene County as well.
Thank you for that.
No problem.
Other questions, comments?
I can get it to work.
All right.
I see you have a projected number for the 5 years.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you planning on staying with those numbers and having a waiting list, or are you going to exceed those numbers if the demand is there?
Well, we want to, and one thing that we've been proud of, even when we made our projection, when we started the school, we have been spot on. So, what we have learned is that, you give the information to the people and to the general public, they respond accordingly. So unless there's like 500 kids, which we don't anticipate, we feel like keeping it at 100 and doing like he was saying earlier, making sure that our teachers are not overwhelmed as well. We plan on trying to keep the numbers where they are. Very good question.
Other questions or comments from, you have just a couple minutes left. So the students that are fully virtual, walk me through what a typical day might look like for them.
Well, again, for a kindergartner versus a 12th grader, it's going to be, different for each one. I think for a kindergarten child, we have to be engaged with those kids so they can learn the phonics and things of that nature. A senior that only needs 2 credits to graduate, they may go and be, online for a couple of hours and then they can do their work, on their own and things of that nature. So that's where the flexibility of the K-12 mindset is. But the main thing is that making sure seat time for our high schoolers versus, a child that's in kindergarten or lower grades will vary depending on the age group that we have. So we'll make sure that they understand that. And we, doing our PLCs and doing, our meetings that we have, staff meetings, we're going to stay on top of that, but making sure in that grade book and in Infinite Campus that we're keeping a weekly total of what's going on in those classrooms.
We're out of time, but I'm going to go ahead and ask one more question.
Okay, go ahead.
So talk to us a little bit about, so that's a good answer to that question, because there is definitely a difference between what it takes to support a kindergartner and a first grader in a fully online environment versus an 11th and 12th grader. I guess the thing that comes to mind immediately when you say like the senior who only needs 2 credits, they don't need this program. They can enroll 2 credits in North Carolina Virtual Public School.
They can.
And fill that need. But talk to me a little bit about how the role of the parent, particularly for those younger students. What's your plan, or how are you doing that now that they understand they too play a vital role?
Most definitely, most definitely.
Talk to us a little bit about
And we learned that through COVID. And if anybody, taught the children during COVID, it was really important that the parents be engaged. And so, again, with our blended learning platform that we've had for the last 11 years, our K2 team, they're very, very, they're very, very involved in making sure that the parents know what's going on. And so sometimes we have offline Zoom meetings just with those parents. Not just a big thing, but just let's talk to you, any needs they may have, any concerns that we may have. We talk to them and have a Zoom exclusively for our kindergarten or whatever grade levels that we're looking at that may be having some concerns.
You have 5 minutes for a closing statement.
Well, I'm gonna be it was some very, very good questions that you had, but I do want to just go to, I don't know if Ms. Wessel can put that up, the last page that we have, but I do want, I want to thank you for this opportunity to present the Wilson Preparatory Academy Wilson Preparatory Remote Academy. And over the past 10 years and now in our 11th year, we have proven the ability to educate, motivate, and graduate our scholars, even amidst a national pandemic. We were prepared. With the nation trending to a remote learning model, we are prepared with the resources and infrastructure to exceed all expectations in preparing our scholars for success. Wilson Preparatory Academy Board, Head of School and Leadership Team, we want to thank you. And we are accredited and experienced to provide the Remote Learning Academy. And we do want to thank you for your time and your consideration. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much. Board members, this is our time to deliberate amongst ourselves. Who would like to go first?
I think they have their plan in place. I feel confident that they can carry it out. I feel that they have their plan in place and that they can carry it out. Implement, deliver.
One of the things I guess I wished I would have asked, or maybe it's a part of the application, I'm unaware of it, is like, what does a schedule look like? Like when you turn in an application to open a new charter school, you got to submit samples of what your daily schedule will look like. Because that is a great question about how does a kindergarten day look? How does a second grade day look? How much time are they online? How much time are they offline? That kind of thing.
Dr. Elridge, in their remote instruction
Is it in
plan,
there?
it's the very last thing.
Because I never
It
saw
says
it.
sample of a weekly schedule for remote students.
And it has for all grades?
It does not divert, it does not say anything different for different grades. Yeah, and it has core instruction, but no other instruction.
And the other thing too would be, since this is a school that's been doing the remote for a while, is some data. Like if you could show what your third grade remote kids, how they did on the integrated test versus how the brick and mortar kids did on the integrated tests, and all the way up to the grade levels that are tested. What's comparability data look like? Because it doesn't sound like the school differentiates, right? Like it sounds like the current virtual academies are going to get two different sets of test scores, right? Like you're going to get your brick and mortar scores and you're going to get your academy scores.
That is correct. Yes.
So it'd be interesting to see how the data for this school played out as far as, because I think if you take a look at their test scores as a whole, I'm at their report card right now. I mean, they've exceeded growth 2 years in a row. So I mean, obviously there's a track record of academic success there, but it'd be interesting to see how the remote kids did versus the kids that are sitting in seats every day. Hindsight.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I like the fact that they have experience in delivering. Well, let me rephrase that. I think every school has now experience in delivering some form of online education. Some did it a lot better than others. I think yours is a good question, because I think what's in the instructional plan is that daily schedule is that's really not apropos for a third grader. And so that's I'm looking at a plan that's certainly more of an older student, higher grade level. And definitely a different level of parental involvement as the child is younger versus older. So I'm struggling a little bit to get a sense that they clearly articulate what the day in the life of a fully virtual third grader is versus junior. I tend to think that they can do it. I'm really cautious and careful about this out of the gate, K through 12. I think that's a big lift for your remote academy. I guess I would feel a lot more comfortable if you said, we're going to do this the first year. We're going to focus on middle school. We're going to focus on high school. We're going to focus on K3 and get 100 students. That's a lot.
Can I ask a school question?
Sure.
So how many kids currently, I mean, that's another good point. You're already an approved school for remote learning, right? So how many kids are taking that option now?
Well, the option that we have.
No, I'm not even talking about this plan. I'm talking about like this year or last year, how many kids were in the remote?
Well, all of our kids, and believe it or not, K through 12, are part of this in some form or fashion but not through 100% remote, like away from the school. So what we have done and what you've seen has been working for our kids K through 12. And so what we're going now, this is going to give an option for just doing remote and not coming into the
The
building.
only time you use this plan is whenever there's an inclement weather day or something of that nature. And
Exactly.
okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, and I don't want to sound like I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth here because I run a remote academy and it's K through 12 and we K through 11 and we launched it first year, but the numbers were so different that it warranted, like I have enough ninth graders to warrant a teacher dedicated to those kids. It's not just 8 students, right? And so I've seen the creative models that you're talking about. I've implemented myself in other school districts where, I'm a classroom teacher and I might be teaching, normally I might teach 5 classes a day. Now I might teach 4 and one's remote. But it is a challenge to do that. And I think that an important part of this too is the recognition that a really outstanding classroom teacher, when I say classroom, traditional brick and mortar teacher may not be a really good online teacher. And it is a different skill set. And so I'm a little just wary of, I might be a really good social studies teacher teaching 7th and 8th graders, but put me online and I don't excel. And it seems like we're kind of maybe telling the teachers, no, this is what you're going to do. So you look like you want to respond.
Yeah,
So I'll
I
let you
just
do
want to
that.
say that all of our teachers, if they're going to be hired at Wilson Preparatory Academy, must be literate in computers. And also, I mean, this is part of when you come on board, whether you're a kindergarten or 12th grade teacher, this is part, we spent a week training and just making sure they know all the platforms and know how to educate remotely and in person. And so because we were a charter school that was approved by the State Board of Education to be a blended learning school, that's where we had to start. So that's why we say with our experience, and I appreciate your compliment, I feel like that we are prepared and we have the experience to show it.
Other questions or comments from board members?
This is Rita Hare. They have provided good information, but I do appreciate the questions. I think for future submissions, a look at the online students calendar day and those questions about what is the data if you have currently blended students. I understand the school to be saying that all students are in the blend model, so our data is what it is, which I think you said exceeded growth the last 2 out of 3 years. I haven't looked up the report card.
Yeah.
It would have been good if the slides had shown that, some of your academic success. But I hear what our chair is saying about the being spread so thin across either 12 or 13, if you're starting with kindergarten, grade levels with this. And I mentioned the budget being very, very thinly spread also, that I guess the only way this will work is if your current structure totally accommodates a new cohort of strictly remote students. And is that true to say that's what they're counting on?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think it's definitely tapping into some existing staff to support the face or the fully virtual, which again isn't uncommon. but I think you're correct, Rita. The, again, I think it's going to add more, this is just a commentary. It's not a question, just being cognizant too. It's not just adding more work for whoever your IT people are, but your testing coordinator now is going to have 100 more students to make sure you're given these assessments in a secure manner, potentially all over the state. Yeah. Alex, I think you were going to say something.
How many students right now at Wilson Prep?
Our ADM was 751.
I need to talk to your athletic director.
You're talking to him. I am that. I do it all. I mean,
Yeah, they're doing something right in
Yeah,
athletics.
yeah.
I think my general feeling with these is if, and they seem well prepared, we've approved large companies that are, I think we did one this year that's coming to do remote education. And I've just said over and over again, I've voted against all of those and going to be consistent. If the proposals look solid, I want to see local. This is the way I think remote academy should work, just in the same way districts are doing it. They have a remote academy in the district. No one vets those, but that's how it goes. And I think, homegrown, local, I think we have a lever to hold schools more accountable. It's going to be a lot easier to bring these folks in here if something's not, or something needs to get tightened up, or I'd love to, I think someone should do some structured training. Bruce, you'd probably be a good person for all these people that are running remote academies so that you're all learning together. But, I like the idea of if we're going to do this, doing it out of existing charter schools and growing it that way.
And the thing that maybe this could be a misstatement, but that when you start scratching your head and start wondering, is this what's good? Sometimes that's the innovation too. Like if it's taking a risk and it's different, it's going to make you do that because you're so used to the way everybody else has always done it or how I've always done it, And so that was part B of my statement there is maybe it's just ignorance on my part, and Stephen or Ashley, you could answer the question, like, what's the accountability for a remote academy? Are they this, like you have a 10-year renewal for a charter school? What happens if, how long is the renewal cycle for a remote academy? Is it a 3-year remote? We come back 5-year? So the first year that they're approved, they have 5 years and then they come back for renewal. Okay, good.
Yeah. This is true. That's true.
I think that, this is aside from this applicant. There's things that we're learning after the first year of offering remote academies to charters. I think we need to take another look at, and I don't want to use the word clean up because that makes it sound like it's dirty, but it's just lessons learned. And that's a good example. And I might have a slightly different viewpoint on it, only from the perspective of like, again, this is not its own charter at this time.
Right.
It's just another school. And so what we're doing with these remote academies is like, you're saying that the charter gets a 10-year, but the remote academy only comes back is back in 5. Like it's not its own charter. It doesn't have it. So why does it even have its own renewal slate? These are things that we have to figure out, right? And to your point, Mr. Quigley, yes, the legislation that allowed charter schools to have remote academies was legislation that was passed to give us as public schools the same opportunity to serve kids remotely as traditional public schools have had. Amen.
Amen.
So, but there still has to be a level of quality, and again, I'll be honest with you. I read the application before meeting you, and I'll be honest, I kind of sat here and I was a little uncomfortable. I feel better for all the reasons that we've talked about. I'm still concerned about that breadth of K through 12, and this is coming from someone who's doing it. So I don't want to sound like, well, only I know how to do that. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is it's like this push pull. When your numbers are so small per grade level, it makes it even harder, I think,
to staff appropriately. When your numbers are too large, and I won't say too very large, that creates its own challenges, which I know very well. Yeah. Any deliberations or comments? Okay, hearing none, would anyone like to make a motion?
I'll move to approve.
I'll second. I do have a comment. So I do think before we vote, if this goes in the favor of you getting the remote, there sounds like there's still work to be done, like, which is, in all cases is true. But what those schedules do look like. And I also think of the various reasons why people would want a remote academy. Like, I know some parents that just don't want to get up and bring their kids to school. And then there's some that I just have to have a flexible schedule, or I've got some anxiety issues or whatever. And how we're going to, what monitoring systems are in place for if a kid's not responding or they're not getting online or things of that nature. So there's some contingency plans to make sure that those kids and their families that choose this option are a good fit, because not everybody is a good fit. Although they may see themselves as a good fit, it's probably more out of convenience than it is the work that needs to be done. So just think about those things as you're going forward.
Yeah, I'll add on to that. That's part of the whole education piece out to the parents. It sounds like you guys know that. But this is different than doing a remote learning day where everyone's going to have to do it. And for many years, those of us who worked in the field of online and blended learning, we would do surveys, and to kind of cut to the chase, we would survey students who weren't successful in an online environment. And the number one reason they gave every year after year after year was it was far more rigorous than they thought it was going to be. So it's important to make sure they and the parents understand that. I'm choked up because Alex Quigley's last motion as a member of the CSRB is to approve remote academy. So, yeah, that's right. But I agree with your sentiments there.
So make sure it works out. Go slow with kindergarten.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Okay, hearing none. Ashley, if you do roll call vote, please.
All right, Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approves.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez, Bart Danielson,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
John Eldridge,
Aye.
Linda Lynn Kekadelis. Aye. Alex Quigley.
Aye.
Great.
And it means a lot to see all you standing there too, by the way. If to bring everybody out like that means a lot. So thank you all for coming today.
Congratulations. Yep. Alex, thank you for just. Real quickly on this topic of remote academies, I think, those that were approved last year are just wrapping up for the first time. We've had a few come before us this term. As I said earlier, I think there's still, we're learning a lot and making sure that we're asking the right questions during that application process. I think Alex's idea is actually really good idea to maybe bring a cohort of the remote academies together so they can learn and what's working well, what's not working well. I think that will help lead towards greater success. And there are some things that we still need to unpack on these remote academies. We talked about one of them just now, which is keeping in mind the approved remote academy is not its own charter. So why are we giving its own charter renewal term? That to me does not add up. But and there's other challenges as well that we're going to work through, hopefully, on some of these things. I think it's new, and I think that I will share that there's we're looking at too where it's one thing if you have a remote academy and you want to serve 100 kids in your general community. It's another complete animal if it's hundreds, if not thousands of students all across the state. And I think we have to take a second look at whether or not there should be some type of, at what point does the remote academy need to just be its own charter? particularly when it's being treated like that in some areas. Yeah. Possibly, yeah. So anyways,
Bruce?
thank you for indulging me on that. Yes, Rita.
Are we transitioning now? Are we in transition?
Yes.
I have a follow-up comment to this morning. I wish I had seen my notes earlier, but we were, you know how we worked the mission statement for Socrates Academy?
Yes.
We just kind of worked it some. Didn't they just get their 10-year renewal?
Socrates?
Yes.
I don't know off the top of my head.
So I think if not, they come up this year, but they've had 2 10-year renewals. And they've exceeded growth 3 out of the last 3, met or exceeded growth 3 out of the last 3 years, and have far exceeded the comparability scores for the LEA. And so I just determined their kindergartners just might memorize that mission statement.
Yeah, well, if they're
Yeah.
listening, they're gonna come in here next year and prove me wrong. So, and you know what? I would welcome that. Bring a whole class of kindergartners in here. That'd be great to see them. So
We just should
with
have,
that-
we should have pointed out that strong performance while they were here.
Yeah. All right, with that, we do have one other item on the agenda today, and that is to take a look at the application that we use for charter applicants. And we're breaking it down into sections so that we don't have to conquer this in one single meeting, which would be a lot. So with that.
Good afternoon, Melanie Rackley with the Office of Charter Schools. And so we do have 3 installments proposed for you all to review. The charter application, some of this work had already begun in the winter months. So some of the suggestions that the Office of Charter Schools is proposing are things that you all did see before, but we tabled it to try to allow for a more public comment forum. So that's what we have today. And so sections 1 through 6 of the application is essentially what we are reviewing at this meeting. And so we do have like a guidance tool that goes along with the application to kind of look at that in tandem. And so I can quickly go through these quick sections, some of which don't have any substantial recommendations for revisions, but in the application contact section, we do want to rename that to include student enrollment information. The reason being for that is because we do ask for enrollment summary and enrollment demographic projections in this section in particular. And then what's not on here, but what we also have later in the educational plan around section 114, we also ask for some ADM section questions and some targeted subgroup questions. So we want to move those into question in particular 114 and 116 into section 1. And then we also included just some language about the minimum requirements for students, minimum 80 for enrolled students, and then just some additional narratives that we have here. So the way this tool is designed is for you all to interact with it and then add your questions using the share drive. So you can add additional questions in each section there. For the nonprofit corporation information, section 2, what the Office of Charter Schools is suggesting is that we move currently the bylaws are in section 11, as well as the articles of incorporation. We thought that it would be more appropriate to move those into section 2 to kind of capture all of the nonprofit corporation information in section 3. And so you'll see the notes there in blue that the Office of Charter Schools is recommending. And then section 3, which is acceleration, we don't have any substantial changes to make. We've done the work in previous years when this review board was formed. So we've changed a lot of the language to shift it from state board to the Charter Schools Review Board. And then in section 4, conversion, which in the recent past, we have not received any conversion request as part of application submissions, but I did want to call to attention questions 49 and then questions 53 through 55 to see if they're duplicative in nature. Once you have a chance to kind of look over that and make a decision as to if we need the abundance of financial information that's requested in conversion specifically. But again, we have not had conversion requests in recent years. And then section 5, replication. we're not making any proposed changes there. I think the Office of Charter Schools has been pretty thorough with the replication section in years past, and so we kind of want to leave everything as it is with statutory requirements there, particularly with like fast track legislation. And then section 6, we've added alternative, although we've not had any of these in the recent past either, but we just included language that includes allowing an additional narrative for explaining which requirements for alternative schools the applicant is making. So we're asking for a little more information. So that's an addition that the Office of Charter Schools has. That's section 1 through 6, the Cliff Note versions of that. And then I don't know if we're discussing it now and taking the feedback or.
Yeah, my thought was you guys could discuss it now. I don't think we need to vote on anything today. I was thinking we could kind of do the sections, as it's laid out in the different meetings that we have. And then once we finish those reviews, which I think are March, April, and May, then we can bring you like a finalized version based on your discussion for a vote.
I didn't. Okay. Not right, not yet, but okay. And so just also that you do have to be logged in, I think, with your DPI credentials to access the tool if you want to input any suggestions here.
And we have also shared this, it's posted online publicly, obviously all of our materials are, but we've also contacted the coalition and the association so that if someone would like to give public comment, they have the opportunity to do so. And then of course, my information is publicly there for people to provide commentary if they would like. And if I get any of that, I will, consolidate that and provide it to the board. I have not up to now.
I think, sorry.
The public, anyone that would like to give feedback.
I kind of like the suggestions that have been posted already. I'm just honing in on question 13 real quick. I think that's definitely needed. Like right now, the question says at full capacity, what is your estimated student enrollment? It does definitely need to be clarified that full capacity needs to be at least 80 students. That's in state law. We dealt with that with a school 2 years ago. This is neither for now this is not for now to deliberate and decide, but I know it came up at the state board meeting this week as well, which was I thought a really good question one of the board members asked, which was, okay, the minimum is 80. Does that mean you have to have a minimum of 80, then you could apply for remote charter, or can you mix the two together and you're meeting that state requirement? Because again, the remote academy is not its own charter. So could I have 60 brick and mortar kids, 20 remote kids, and therefore I have 80? It's all the same charter, right? And so that was a great question of which it's not been addressed, right? But on the flip side, if you didn't have 80, you shouldn't be open. So if you're not open, you wouldn't be around to ask for remote. So it's chicken or egg, right? So just things we might need to talk about.
And will schools come to the table and say, we're going to have 85 kids. We estimate 40 online and 45 brick and mortar, and bypass having to come back and ask for, can they do that? I mean, on a new application, can they make it a remote charter in the initial application?
Right now, the legislation doesn't provide for that. So, anyways, that's a long way of saying I like the fact that I think we need to definitely put that minimum in there.
Just making sure I heard you right, that right now they cannot apply for a new school and a virtual and a remote academy. They would have to have their school established and then come back and apply.
That is correct.
Mhm.
Now you can apply for a school less, you can apply for a school that's going to serve less than 80 students, but then you have to clearly articulate in the application. What we had a couple of years ago is a school who did not articulate that and then didn't hit 80 and then decided they wanted to articulate that, which was like, that needed to be done at the application.
But the rest of the items that seem to be in section 1 through 6 are pretty straightforward. I mean, we're already asking a bunch of questions, so I don't know if there's additional questions that need to be asked. I like the fact that you're like you've reorganized it so things are trying to get in a more sequential order as opposed to just here's a 20-page application. So.
That should be. And provided by the partners to assist.
What we've done in practice in that case where the primary contact has been a management organization, the Office of Charter Schools has made the decision to, while we will correspond with that primary contact early on in the application phase and even after approval, we automatically always, interface with the board chairs, and then communications obviously always go through to board chair. It shifts at some point to where we have to contact the board chair. We'll still include that person as primary contact, but in no means would we ever just correspond with just the management organization. Mm-hmm. And the other thing to note is that the PDF version of the application is just that. We don't have the additional templates that you find in the platform. So when you're working in the software, but what the Office of Charter Schools has done, and we can do that in future meetings, is we update templates to make them more user friendly. So at the questions where applicants have to upload certain documents, we've tried to improve that experience overall. So there's a lot of work that's been done on template revision, and we can provide that if need be. But you don't see that necessarily. It may just be a thumbnail, obviously, as you look through the PDF version. So if there's any questions about what any template looks like, we could certainly make that available. And you also have access to that in the Edlusion platform.
This is maybe not as an important question, but I know it's popped up as well too. Do we need to have in the application or somewhere making it abundantly clear that you pay the fee, it is non-refundable. If you rip up the application 3 months later, you don't get your money back. If your school doesn't get approved, you don't get your money back. We haven't had to deal with it often, but it's happened a couple of times since I've been on this board.
Yep. Knock on wood, we haven't had to lately. Even schools that have, withdrawn later, they understood that there's cost involved in reading this application. And so we've not had to. We do have applicants that send checks well in advance and then they don't submit. In that case, we return it, but we've not had to. On the application payment form, it does indicate non-refundable. So we do have that actually on the form that's in Edlusion and then linked on our website.
So walking through the timeline once again, let me pull that up. The goal would then be at the May meeting, we vote on the entire application with any revisions that we've identified.
What I'm thinking is that we can have the conversations March, April, May, and then we can take all that feedback. I'm taking notes right now, and then bring you a revised version in June. And that would be, June would be fine, right? For time wise, yeah.
Okay.
And then that way we can get it all put together, and you have a June meeting.
You do have a June meeting.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's your last meeting before the July-August break.
And then for next month, 7 through 9, we're getting into the ed plan, the remote charter plan, so more substantial content as far as it relates to the application. we did try to capture what CSER members have stated in the past that they wanted additional like line items, more specificity around facility. So we tried to capture all of that, just kind of refresh everyone's memory. So if there's components that you want to see, within the ed plan, et cetera, there's memos and we'll have narrative there for you as we move to those sections.
That's wonderful. Is there a way to get like what we just went over just a minute ago for sections 1 through 6? Can we get the template like that for 7 through?
Absolutely.
So that way we can actually look it over ahead of time and already come with some
We have that.
comments. That'd be
Yep.
great. What is the last section going to be budget?
So that isn't towards the final section, I believe, 12, 13. So in that 10 through 17 section, again, with that section, certain members wanted to see more information about, classroom instructional materials. And we put specific line items, even in this current budget template that we have, we added additional line items for those remote charter academy, like legislatively mandated positions. So we're putting more line items in that budget. So there's no like gray area as it relates to certain costs, because we've heard from CSER. So yes, that would be in sections 10 through 17.
The only reason I bring that up is I find that the budget that gets submitted with the application is so far away from what the budget is that they're going to run year one with. I've actually been talking to a few organizations that help that work the back office for schools to find out a way to be able to provide something like if I'm going to open a school in Wake County and I'm going to have 600 kids, what's a school in Wake County that has approximately 600 kids in it that I could use as a gauge to get pretty accurate numbers? Like, what's my electric bill going to be? What's my, those things that you have no idea, just write in numbers because you got to submit the budget. It would be nice to be able to have something to be able to operate from that would give like here's a great example of a school in this area that you could use as or even just a note, contact a charter school similar in whatever, just to look at a budget. Cause I don't think they do that. Most of them just get the budget and like, well, I think we're going to need, I don't know, $25,000 for computers, or something like that. They don't really think through what that looks like. So if they had something comparative to go off of, it might make those budgets a little bit more tight. That's just well, I mean, I think it depends on what size school you're looking at. I mean, at least be able to, if we can't provide it, maybe give somebody to reach out to say, hey, look, check with, Prestige. Does Prestige have a school that's similar in size to the one that you're proposing to build in your area? Get their budget. And it would give it, to me, it's going to be a lot more dialed in, and they're going to have a little bit more sense about what they're getting themselves into. Because if you've not been on that side of budgeting before with a school, you don't even know what numbers you're working with. I don't think people go out and do their homework the way they should to form a realistic budget. That's just my take on it. But
Thank you, Melanie. Yep. Director, do you have anything for the director's report? Okay. Yes, golly, important.
You've been hearing me for longer than you're used to for a director's report. But I do have a few things. Okay, so yes, we do have an update. And you can just stay on slide 2 for a second, Nikki. Okay, so first thing I did want to talk about is an update on the CSDVA appeal. So if you may recall, you heard them in, I believe, January or February. You voted to non-renew. They did appeal. That appeal was held March 4th. The recommendation was to remand it back to your board. I'm going to go through the motion in a second, but not yet because I have a few things to say. So it will be remanded back to you. Then that was the recommendation of the panel. And then that recommendation has to go to the state board, and the state board then votes on whether they want to accept that recommendation, which they have. And so I'll go through that motion and what that's going to look like for this board in just a second. But I did want to say 2 things. One, I want to thank this board for the work that you put into being on this board. I recently had legislative staff reach out to my office because there had been some folks that had expressed interest about being on the board. And when I was talking to the young man over at the General Assembly, I said, I gave him the calendar and then meeting times, but I reminded him, this is a working board. So if you're getting folks that are interested in sitting on a board for board's sake, just for like namesake, it's probably not the best board to be on. And then the other thing I wanted to highlight is something that really puts into perspective the work that our office does is preparing for an appeal. And the reason it puts that into perspective is because you're creating a timeline. And so not just talking about this one, but any appeal we do, we are creating a timeline so that we can show, we can try to support whatever decision you made, right? And in the case of this appeal, I think if you've looked at the materials and, the findings of fact that we submitted, you can see that the office went through extensive, support, right? And that's fine. I appreciate, I know people recognize that and we appreciate that. I also want to put some context to that. This was one school and my renewals team, who was I think 4 or 5 of my 9 staff members, is conducting 80 renewals at this time. Between this, it's a 2-year process. So this is 1 out of 80 schools that they are working with. On top of that, that is one workflow that they have. The majority of them are working in 3 or 4 workflows, whether it's also doing risk assessment, whether it's also doing renewals, school improvement. So I just want to give a huge shout out, one, to my team, because, I think I'm a data, I'm an evidence, I'm a fact-based person. And I think that you can easily look at our work and see, right, when we're working with boards or we're working with schools and we're not talking about the students who we care about, obviously, I think that's our who we try to remember that we're serving, even though we mainly work with adults. We could easily say, you are an adult. This is a deadline. You did not meet this deadline. This is a requirement. You did not meet this requirement. And that could be it. But we have gone above and beyond to support schools and support leaders who we know have a very, very difficult job. So I wanted to put that in perspective, right? That's 1 school out of 80 that my team is working to support. And then there's recently been some talk about the big districts, and the numbers that recently came out of some of the legislation that's rolling around about looking into whether districts are too big. I thought they were interesting numbers because when I saw the numbers, I said, wow, there's only 1 district in the entire state that is serving more students than our charter schools combined. And that's Wake County. So Wake County is the biggest district at about over 161,000 students. We right now are serving over 150,000 students in the public charter schools. Over 10% of the PSU membership is in charters. And, what that means is that there's 1 district that is, serving the same number of students, and they have a central office. There is no charter school central office. So in the last week, I also thought this was very interesting. I'm just going to put this out there. School leaders, school board members, parents, teachers, former employees looking for records, potential employees wondering about charter schools, former students looking for records, interested community members wanting to know what a charter school is, potential legislative staff, attorneys with operational questions, bond attorneys, a local intake officer at the CPS, district staff members who had questions about how charter schools operate, private school and district school parents who mistakenly called our office. And we do not say, I don't serve private school or charter school or public school kids, because all kids deserve to be served. We find where they need to go and we give them that information. So those are all people that contacted our office in the last week. So I just want to put a huge shout out to my team. I don't get up on my soapbox very often to talk about my team, but my team will work circles around other people, and they do it because they believe in strong schools and they believe in strong kids. And so I'm just super proud to have that team. And now I'll go into the motion that you guys are going to tackle in April. Okay, so the motion was pretty extensive. And so what you can see is that they have remanded the appeal back to this board, and they have 5 points that they want you to look at. So, and we'll have this all prepared for you. And honestly, in April, the school will need to come and most of it will be on their shoulders to present to you. But they want this board to consider in April the following items. They want you to review the results of the Community School of Digital and Visual Arts 23 audit and the anticipated 24 audit. I don't know if that's come in yet, but it should be in by April. So they want you to review those, and we'll have financial school businesses here to give you a review of that. They would like to see an expected detailed plan from the school for addressing all of the current and documented deficiencies noted by the Office of Charter Schools and the Charter Review Board. They would like to know whether the school has met the requirements for a minimum charter renewal, whether there has been evidence of immediate serious attention to improving the school's deficiencies or operations, and whether the school is demonstrating it will be successful going forward. So we'll have that, laid out for you in April. And then obviously the school is aware of this, and the school will be able to come and present. And then we'll also have school business because we need their expertise for the audit. So that's in April. The next update I wanted to share is we have a new staff member who took Nikki's consulting role. So Tara Whitbread, and if you want to say hi. So she has been in education for 20 years, originally from New York. She relocated to Raleigh and began her career with Wake County Public Schools as a 5th grade teacher. And she later became a founding teacher at Endeavor Charter School, where she spent 12 years teaching across multiple grade levels. She has recently served as the Associate Director of Admissions at William Peace University, overseeing recruitment efforts for the expanding online programs. And she also has a bachelor's degree in English and Communications, a master's degree in elementary ed, and credentials in college counseling. And she has 2 sons that also attend a charter school, so she's close to the charter school community. So we're really excited to have Tara in the office. What's next? Okay. This will probably be the last update I ever do on this. CSP-NC Access, this grant program has officially concluded. So we know it concluded, some of you know, at the end of September, we had a 120-day liquidation period, at which point I had no staff for it. So I will say that I have a huge thank you to Jenna Cook, because I would have not been able to handle the reporting that was done. And also we were coming into something we really hadn't had a lot of experience with. So she was huge in helping me get everything submitted to the DOE. Mariama Janae helped close out the finances for me. And then also Dr. Smith, who unfortunately is no longer here, but was a huge support for me when I wasn't sure I would be able to do that. And we have had this question several times, but we do not plan on reapplying for this grant. And then finally, RTO updates. I'm going to have, actually, I think what I'm going to do, because I know it's the end of the day. We have 10 schools slated to open in fall. You will be having reports from now and through June. The reports we have right now are like very preliminary, but I'm going to have Natasha come up and just go over quickly the enrollment that they're at for the applications. And then we've included details on the facilities. We're not going to get into that, but if you have any questions, we can answer those. At this point, the facilities, there's still a lot that is, needs to take place. And those updates are continuous. And then in June, just as a reminder, we have the New Leader Institute for 2 days. And then we also have your June meeting at the same week, so that you can hear from those final schools and decide if they have successfully completed RTO, and then they receive their charter agreement at that point. All right, Natasha.
Just a really brief overview. Natasha Norns with the Office of Charter Schools. On this slide deck, you will see the 10 schools listed, and the first 5 are, the first 5 are delay year schools. Their March applications are listed there, and their break-even numbers right below it. So Go Big has 42 current applications. Next slide. Agape Achievement Academy has 71, and their break-even number is 126. Next slide. Honor Preparatory School, their March applications are 50. Their break-even number is 100. Next slide. North Oak Academy, March application 783, and their break-even number is 220. I'm sure they'll hit that mark. Next slide. Carolina Achieve. So the rest of these are all of the brand new schools in ready to open for their first year. And Carolina Achieve has March applications at 143 with their break even number at 210. Sledge Institute, March applications 85 out of break even 115. Triad International Studies Academy has 45 March applications out of their break-even number of 80. Liberty Charter Schools, March applications 242 out of their break-even number of 267. Nalanda Academies at March applications at 139 out of their break-even number of 100. And then Anderson Charter School, March applications at 46 and their break-even number of 100. And so next month, they're still going to present to you on applications. And then in May, you'll see full enrollment and in June as well. Any questions about those? Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley, for that report, and Dr. Norns. And Ashley too, just again, want to acknowledge the great work that you and your staff do, and appreciate you sharing that reminder and perspective as well. We know that your team works extremely hard, and we couldn't do the work that we do without the work that you guys do throughout the school year. So just thank you for all of that. Again, our next meeting is scheduled for April 2nd. It'll again be one day meeting in April. Would like to remind folks too that the summer charter conference by the Charter Association is in July. I think it's the 16th, 17th, and 18th, if I remember. We're actually, as we did last year, we will have a session at that conference. We'd like to do another panel. So if you're going to be there, if you could just let me know, and I'll volunteer you for participation on that panel. We'll get that scheduled. So thanks for everybody's time today. And it was a long day, but appreciate it very much.
I move to adjourn.
Unanimous approval. Thank you.